Okay, good evening, everybody. It's great to see so many faces in chambers this morning, or this afternoon. So, in the Town of Los Gatos Planning Commission meeting of November 13, 2024 is now called to order. We'll begin with a roll call. As I say your name, please state here. Vice Chair Thomas.
Here.
Commissioner Barnett.
Here.
Commissioner Burnett.
Here.
Commissioner Hanson.
Here.
And I am here as well. Vice Chair, can I ask you to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening?
If you can, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. As the Planning Commission conducts the meeting this evening, we encourage active participation by the public, which is essential to the important work of the Planning Commission. Public input is very much welcomed and is always considered by this committee. During our meeting, there are two opportunities for members of the public to participate. First, during the verbal communications period, an individual may speak on any topic that is not on the agenda for tonight's meeting. And during the hearing tonight on any agenda item, any member of the public may speak about that item. You'll be advised of the times when you speak on these items. If you wish to address the commission tonight during either the verbal communications time or when we consider an agenda item, please raise your hand if you are in the Zoom map, or if you are in person, please fill out a speaker card and you can hand it to staff. Please print your name clearly, or if you are speaking anonymously, just write down your initials. When you speak, I ask that you come up to the microphone and speak directly into it. This is important because the meeting is being recorded. Also, when you are called to speak, please state your name and address for the record or indicate that you are speaking anonymously. In fairness to all who wish to speak at this meeting, it is necessary that you limit your time to 3 minutes. So with that being said, we'll enter the verbal communications portion of the meeting. So verbal communications is where members of the public can address the commission on any matter that's not on the agenda. Staff will announce when your 3-minute time limit is up. I have one verbal communications card before me that is Chris Constantine, our new town manager. Mr. Constantine, would you please approach the podium, and you have 3 minutes.
Hopefully it won't take that long. Thank you for having me. I'm actually going around all the commissions and introducing myself and the community that's in the room. It's an absolute honor to be back home after 14 years, having served other cities, the cities of San Diego, San Dimas, and Chico, California. What a fabulous community this is. And part of the reason why we are fabulous is the work of the Planning Commission itself. Your role has always been important, but now with the changes in laws and everything that's come down, it's become that much more important. So thank you for the hard work you do. And especially tonight, reading an agenda of over 1,200 pages, it's absolutely amazing. I would love to stay the entire meeting. Unfortunately, I'm prepping for our council meeting, so I will be listening to the meeting from my office and hope to go home before you do. So thank you.
Mr. Constantine, before you sit down, unfortunately, one of the byproducts of having verbal communications is members of the commission may ask you a question if they so desire. Any questions, Commissioner? No, seeing none. I'm sorry. Raise hand.
I just want to welcome you to the town, and we're looking forward to your hard and great work coming up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening. We'll now move to the consent calendar portion of the agenda. Yes.
Sorry, through the chair.
Oh,
we do have one hand raised. I'm not sure if it's for verbal, but let's
Thank
just
you.
check.
Yes. Can we check on the Zoom if this is on Zoom? Do you have a comment to be made during the verbal communications portion of the calendar? If so, please raise your hand.
This is Matthew.
Yes, that's me.
Matthew, thank you. If you would state your name for the record, please, and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I should turn on my video or if it's just an audio portion. I had sent along a document to Sean Mullen as well as the Planning Commission that I would like to review with you all regarding 110 Wood Road.
Oh, okay. Let me. Sorry, Matthew.
I'm happy.
Let me
Yep.
interrupt you. So Wood Road is an agenda item this evening. I believe it's agenda item number 3. So we'll call that in several minutes. So you'll be heard at that time.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
that.
Thank you so much. All right, it sounds like there are no verbal communications matters on Zoom. So then now we'll move to the consent calendar. Tonight we have one item on the consent calendar, that being the approval of the minutes of our meeting of October 23, 2024. Before the Planning Commission acts on the consent calendar, any member of the commission may request that this item be removed. Are there any such requests? Seeing none, do we have a motion to accept the consent calendar as presented? Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I move that we accept the consent calendar as presented.
Thank you. Do I have a second on the motion?
Second?
Thank you. Discussion? No? Then by a show of hands, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. And the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move to the public hearings portion of the agenda, and we have a number of items tonight. First item is item number 2, requesting approval for construction of a single-family residence and site improvements requiring a grading permit on a vacant property zoned R18 located at 15411 National Avenue, APN 424-12-140, architecture and site application S-23-033, categorically exempt pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15303 for new construction. Property owner Venkatesh and Tammy Mudata, and I apologize for probably not the last time this evening for my mispronunciations, and applicant Jose Rama. First, by a show of hands, commissioners, can I see those who have visited the property? Thank you, and are there any disclosures this evening? Seeing none, Ms. Walters, I believe you have staff report for us?
Yes, good evening, Planning Commissioners. The project before you this evening proposes a 2-story single-family home on a vacant rear flag lot located at 15411 National Avenue. The site is approximately 1,300 square feet. The site is located in a transitional neighborhood along National Avenue. Single-family residential development surrounds the property with a combination of 1- and 2-story homes. Office and multifamily development is located across the street along National Avenue. The proposed single-family residence is approximately 3,240 square feet and has a 901 square foot 3-car garage. The proposed residence and garage meet the maximum allowable square footage and the maximum allowable floor area ratio per town code. The proposed project would result in the largest residence in the immediate neighborhood by 511 square feet. The proposed garage would result in the largest garage in the immediate neighborhood by 124 square feet. The applicant has provided justification for being the largest in the immediate neighborhood, and that can be found in Exhibit 5. The proposed residence does meet all required setbacks, height, lot coverage, and parking requirements for the zone. The project was reviewed by the town's consulting architect, who provided 8 different recommendations. The applicant responded to all the recommendations through design revisions, with the exception of meeting 2 recommendations, which was recommendation 1 and 5. The applicant has provided justification for not meeting those 2 recommendations in Exhibit 5. Their property owners have been in communication with the surrounding neighbors regarding this project, and a summary of their outreach can be found in Exhibit 10. Neighbors have provided public comment and raised concerns regarding neighborhood compatibility, privacy, and landscaping, and that can be found in Exhibit 12. To address the neighbors' concerns and address the consulting architect's recommendations, the applicant modified the project by reducing the second floor massing, removing the second-story rear balcony, using obscure glass on the 2-story bedroom windows facing the Blackwell Drive rear yards, proposing to plant evergreen trees for privacy screening, and providing large setbacks between the subject property and the existing 2-story rear elevation along the Blackwell rear yard properties. Development plans can be found in Exhibit 11. And then yesterday, Planning Commission did receive an addendum report that had additional public comment. So based on staff recommends denial of the project based on the concerns related to size and neighborhood compatibility and consistency with the residential design guidelines. However, if Planning Commission is able to make the required findings for approval, The findings can be found in Exhibit 2. This concludes staff report, and planning staff as well as public works staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walters. Commission, any members have questions for staff, either Ms. Walters or any other members? Yes, Commissioner Burnett.
Yes, I do have a question. The response from the applicant regarding the response to our architect's recommendation, number 4, my reading is that he did not want to extend the main roof form over the bay windows. I don't see that on the revised front elevation.
And through the chair, is it number 4 you?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's Exhibit 8, and I'm talking about number 4. It was the response from our architect's suggestion, and I don't see that in his revised front elevation.
So number 4 says extend the main roof form over the bay windows on the side elevations.
Correct.
And so I think the exhibit that's right above number 4 is showing the front elevation, but the applicant did respond to modifying the bay windows along the side elevations. And yeah, I think you can see that lower on, if you look at number 8, the elevation that's shown underneath number 8, that shows that, the south side elevation.
Okay.
And the north side elevation as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff?
Thank you.
No, seeing none. I believe the applicant this evening is represented by their architect, Jose Rama. Mr. Rama, if you would approach the podium, and you have up to 5 minutes to speak on behalf of the entire team, please.
My name is Jose Rama. I'm representing JER Design Group. Basically, I'm going to share my 5 minutes with the ownership. I'm echoing Aaron's communication. Basically, we are following all the design guidelines, with the exception of the belly band that will be interrupting basically the surrounding of the perimeter of the building. It is a breakup element that we are providing by just basically having the roof line hitting the wall, and by having that belly band, it will interrupt the actual aesthetic of the design. The front aspect of the house basically is a very straightforward accent wall accommodated by stone. Regarding Susan Burnett, regarding that overhang on the Bay Area, we did implemented that into that set. We also changed the standing seam element to just straightforward architectural shingles. So basically, those two elements were very minor. We did one of them. The other one is the belly band that is interruption. Regarding massing of the requirement of the town of Los Gatos, we meet those requirements. The formula is pretty cleared. We are actually less than 23 square feet of the total sum of the maximum requirements. We did follow all the requirements that is implementing into the design guidelines regarding height, density, setbacks. There's no exception to that at all. The garage itself, it's 901 as per the Los Gatos requirement. Regarding the density overall on the formula, we are following a guideline, and the formula is pretty clear. You know, you follow the guidelines, you give that formula, and we implement that into the set of plans. There's another tier in your sheet on design guideline number 12, sheet number 12, refer to sheet number 11 as well, that because of the fact that we have an old, outdated design guideline narrative, direction, design guidelines in general, it's a little bit outdated. Some of those homes in adjacent properties are 30 years old. I don't know if they have followed that formula, or they have limited themselves to build to a much smaller density within the site itself. The formula is pretty clear. The smaller the house, the smaller the property, the bigger the house. to do the formula, in our sense, the bigger the site, the smaller the house. It should actually be the opposite of that. Just FYI on that. And from now on, I'm just going to give it to the ownership to discuss a little bit further in detail.
Yes, if you could approach the podium and state your name for the record, and you'll have about 1.5 minutes, please. No, but we can ask you questions if we need to. So, and at the end, there's an opportunity after the public speaks. You'll have another opportunity to speak. So yes, thank you.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Council members, staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present my case. I have shared a PowerPoint. If they can share it, that would be great. But I'll start my. This is a single-family, two-story building. Sophisticated, elegantly designed, and it is sophisticated. I think it's beautiful. It's a transitional home. Please keep in mind it's a transitional home. And we are surrounded by, like my architect said, office buildings, different setbacks, different styles of homes and everything. Oh, sorry. Wow. I'm also saying, we are also saying that yes, we are the largest, but please keep in mind that as the family grows, we need a larger space. And me and my husband come from multi-generational home style of living, and we have our in-laws coming in to stay with us. We think our kids will stay longer with us, so we have accommodated that into the house. That is one of the points I would like to bring in.
Thank you. As you can see, the time goes quickly, so we apologize for that. But please don't sit. Commission members, any questions for the applicant before she? Yes, Commissioner Burnett.
So your architect referred to a reluctance to change the entry, which was objected to by Mr. Cannon, the consulting architect, and also the belly band. Can you explain why that's important to you?
Belly band, I'm sorry to say, it does look ugly with the design. If you see the design, you know, the belly button around it, because of the bay windows, it doesn't jive with the design. That's why we don't want it, but we also provide an example that Los Gatos did approve homes without belly bands. The most recent construction was on Escobar Avenue, Escobar Avenue, 16030 Escobar Avenue. Even that doesn't have a belly band. Los Gatos, it is in Los Gatos. And not just that, my neighbor's home, who are second 2 stories, one of them has stucco and doesn't have a belly band. So I have multiple examples to say Los Gatos did approve structures, 2-story structures without belly band, and because my design doesn't look good, that's why I'm hoping for that. And with regards to your first question, where you said we did not comply, if you see the exhibit, I'm sorry, I don't have the exhibit in front of me, but if you see the comparisons, we did change the tower. We had a huge tower in front of the entryway, and we actually reduced it massively and blended in to make sure the whole the front is plain and one structure and not sticking out like a huge tower. So we did implement it. We did not implement it fully.
Okay, thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
You were talking about the tower, and I wanted to go to your point about the belly band thing as well. So have you and your architect read our residential design guidelines?
Yes, we did.
Okay, so you probably, well, I'll first talk about the size. I don't know if you saw the statement in there that the maximum bar is not a goal. It's a maximum for a reason. While you're not exceeding it, it is also not a goal to become the largest house in the neighborhood. And I know that we're purposely trying that, and you're trying to, build a multi-generational home for your family, but, not every lot is well suited to being that kind of home. So, I think that's one thing that I think is, I'm glad that you've read the design guidelines, but, that's one of the reasons that this has come to the Planning Commission, and I didn't, that it's a compelling kind of thing that you have to, give a good explanation for. As far as the tower is concerned, if I heard correctly your response to Commissioner Barnett, you have modified the design since the consulting architect. So,
Yes.
and the picture that you showed here is the
That's the
revision
one,
of that.
but before it was a huge one. I mean, literally huge, sticking out. It is classified as tower. This one cannot I would say, it cannot be classified as tower because it's just blending in, but the main structure, the before correction one, was sticking out, and it was a tower.
Okay, so the response is that even though it wasn't in your written response to the consulting architect, you had actually partially addressed.
Yeah, it is there in the
Yeah,
design, before and after. In the, I forgot the exhibit, I'm sorry. But in that exhibit where it shows the original and the revised, the picture clearly shows that it was a tower first, and now it is revised.
Okay, well, I was looking at here the response that said that we don't need to deal with that because there's other houses in Los Gatos that have that.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the example I provided, that one of, I think it was 16419 Shady
View Lane.
Yeah,
yes.
that had a tower, and we could have kept it, but I wanted to blend it into the house, so we revised it to not to have the tower. So we did revise it.
Okay, so even though your response in our packet indicated otherwise, you actually did go ahead and at least partially address it. Okay, thank you.
I do want to say more about the 511, which you brought up again. It seems huge, 511 square feet. It seems huge. I know we cannot compare with the offices in front of my house, which I look at it every day. It's right. I mean, you guys have visited the site, and you have seen it. It's right in front of me. It's a huge structure. There's no telling about it. But again, discounting that, 511 after 2 decades. I mean, if you see the overall homes, it's a minimum of two decades home olds. Oh, it's old homes, right? Like the style, the generational. Requirements have changed. I mean, before, in US, people used to like more, even now, I wouldn't discount it, I'm just laying it out, more of nuclear families, but in the past decade, kids are staying a lot more time. The in-laws are coming in to help. It's because of the economic conditions. It's because of, inflation and everything. And we as parents want to address it ahead. I have seen my own friends whose kids go to college, come back, work from their parents' homes. So I just want to address.
Thank you for that.
Yeah,
I think you answered my question.
Thank you for those comments. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? Let me just ask one quick question. A large portion of this application addressed privacy issues with the neighbors. Can you tell me what's your current understanding of the privacy issues with the neighbors?
They say that our windows, north side windows, are looking into their windows. But I personally feel we have addressed all their concerns because we are frosting the windows. We have addressed multiple things. We had balcony before. Our behind neighbor who lives in Lilac, said, just put trees, make sure you put privacy trays, make sure the drip line is inside your space, and drip line doesn't go to their space, and you're fine. They were okay with smaller, what do you call it, smaller balcony. But look, having seen so many questions about balcony, we removed it. We didn't even add line of sight windows for our balcony, for our backside property. That means technically we don't have a said windows for our own backyard to address our neighbors' privacy concerns. Not just that, on our side yard, which is in north, we have frosted our windows, which means frosted our windows for the line of sight, I would say that. Anything line of sight, we have frosted it. That means we ourselves don't have side yard view either. So two sides, even though we could have had windows, we don't have line of sight, we don't have a view for our backyard, for our side yard.
So is it fair to say then that you think you've addressed all the neighbors' privacy concerns
And
to the best?
To the best.
Okay.
And on top of that, not just that, we are saying we'll put evergreen trees with drip line in our property, and please also, we also said that from our window to their window, it's 100 feet. 100 feet distance, that should play into the picture too. Okay, I understand the yard. If you're saying, oh, you can't say window to window, you have to say yard. Even the yard is 40 feet away.
No, I appreciate the answer. I just wanted to confirm your understanding. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you think I missed anything, please let me know.
No, I appreciate that. Members, let's see. Start with Commissioner Barnett.
Yeah.
Barnett.
Yeah.
I don't want to beat this to death, but on the issue of the entry height, are you saying that, is it correct or incorrect that Mr. Cannon reviewed the final plan where you reduced the tower, removed the tower, but you still left a large entry? I was wondering, Mr. Cannon.
Actually, it was sorry to cut you off. Actually, the entry was 8. No, about more than. Yeah.
There was a tower as a foyer entry, double space. It's been entirely reduced. The height that you see is only 17 feet. There's really not much of an entry anymore. It's just a little small caveat just to present an entrance, correct? The stone accommodates the access, the hierarchy portion of the building itself. There's not really even a porch area there anymore.
But what I'm trying to get to is with Mr. Cannon's comment, which was adverse to the entry, was that in relation to the final plan?
Yeah, we reduced that. That's been entirely redefined and revised. There's not a tower there anymore. That's part of the house.
Now, I understand completely about the tower, but I'm trying to understand if Mr. Cannon's comment about the entry was made after you reduced the size of the tower.
That was in the beginning.
His comment related to the tower.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And not to the revision?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes, thank you. So question, so when you purchased this property, being a flag lot adds a lot of extra, there's a lot of issues connected with that. And did you look at other flag lot properties in the area, which I did, and I noticed that those homes that were built on the flag lots were more, they blended in with the present neighborhood there much better, where your project seems to be it's in the very middle of like a block. So many different homes are affected by its mass and density. And I'm wondering, when you wanted to do this project, if you weren't thinking that maybe this would be sort of too large for that flag lot in the middle of a neighborhood that most of the homes there are just one-story, smaller. So I was just wondering what your thoughts were.
Up here, the diagram of the adjacent property in Blackwell, the perimeter of the secondary is wider, much wider by 10 feet than ours. Ours is 36. So their properties, if you look, we're following the requirements. The flag lot is a narrow space. Towards the back, it becomes wider. We kept the setback, all the requirements. On the north side, we have, from the property line, we have 80 feet. So that's a big number that we're discussing here. The width of the house itself on the first floor is 48. The second story is only 36, max. It narrows down to 20 feet only. So we did put that in the equation there. So it's a fitted lot, correct? So we are accommodating the size of the lot. Narrow, elongated.
Thank you for that.
Okay, Commission members?
If you don't mind, I want to add some more context to.
Before you do, was your question answered, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay, then
Thank
the
you.
question's been answered.
Okay.
Commissioner members, any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, you may be seated, but at the end, you'll have another 3 minutes opportunity
But
to speak.
if you don't mind,
At the end, you'll have 3
Oh,
minutes,
okay,
please.
okay.
Thank you. I now open the matter to members of the public who wish to be heard on this matter. I don't have any yellow cards from anybody in the chambers, but if there's somebody in chambers, yes, I see somebody approaching. If you could provide staff with the cards, and all right, I have 2 cards here. First card, Helen, looks like M, last initial only. If you would approach the podium, please, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Vice Chair. Good evening, members of the council, staff, and members of the public and fellow neighbors. My name is Helen Martinez. I am here as an adjacent neighbor on the northwest side, the Blackwell side of the property. And I'm here also with 2 other neighbors present physically as well as on Zoom. And we will discuss tonight 4 concerns that we have with this proposal. Ideally, we'll try not to repeat ourselves for everybody's sake. We'll give it our best shot. And I have 2 posters here. When technology fails, old school saves the day. So here we have 2 posters of the properties. Easels, my husband and some neighbor. 2. I will refer to in a moment. You have files of these photos in your. Those are the views from my property onto the lot. So the 4 issues that we want to address are the size of the house, the size of the proposal, the size of the building. The second is privacy, which is we all have very serious concerns about that. The third is landscaping. And the 4th is maintenance as it relates to the history over the last 7 years with these neighbors. And I have 1:36, so I'm going to go really fast if that's okay. But I hope you ask me some questions. So when it comes to the size of the house, yes, this is a very special location. This would be a beautiful house, a great house for another neighborhood, not for the middle of our backyards. It is a rear lot, and it's not a rear lot that was purchased as a rear lot. It's a rear lot that was chosen to be a rear lot. The owners of these lot purchased the single lot that went all the way to National Avenue. Oh, I don't know if I'm allowed to say streets. Forgive me if I'm wrong. All the way from National Avenue to Layla Court. They chose to subdivide this lot, which they have every right to do. At the time, in October of 2020, corridor lots were not very popular here in Los Gatos. And it was approved. It was like because ideally, as the then architect Kurt Anderson, I believe, said in a justification letter as to why this should be approved, to make sure that the residents that were built, one in the back and one in the front, would match what was in their neighborhood, so that there wouldn't be an overly large, towering house proposed. And sure enough, that's what we ended up getting anyway. Our houses that are on the northwest have a special architectural feature that our living areas all face the back. They all face this property. For two of us, 3 of the bedrooms face that side, and the areas that most people use most in their house, our kitchen, family room, and that downstairs bedroom and area. So it's the spaces that we occupy the most in our house.
Thank you. That's your time's up. Before you sit down, though, please, commissioners, any questions for the speaker?
Could we have a better representation of the photo, better location so we can actually see better? Maybe toward the front. Thanks.
And while they're doing that, commissioners, any other questions for this speaker?
I'd love to tell you what those are from.
I think Vice Chair has a question.
Yes, so you said that size is a concern for you, and privacy, landscaping, and maintenance over the last 7 years. So with regards to the size, can you explain very concisely what your main concern is?
The main concern is that it just doesn't fit in the area. It doesn't go along. It completely disrupts the landscape from our homes. It's bulky. It doesn't blend in. It's massive. Even though there's a cellar or a basement that's been added of 12 to 700 square feet, it doesn't. The whole point was to reduce the volume. And you can see, I don't know which pictures you're seeing. You can see in the picture like the size. It just does not blend in at all. The owners have plenty of space. They had 22,000 square feet, and now they have over 10,000, almost 11,000 square feet of space to put their dreams and realization. Our lots are 10,000 square feet, and we value landscaping, we value space. It's okay that they're prioritizing something else, but it just cannot come at the cost of our privacy.
Thank you. Okay, and so then your second point was privacy. Can you just state your main concern from your specific lot and your ownership?
Sure.
Or where you live? Thank
Sure.
you.
As you can see in the pictures that are there, we have direct sight line pretty much from the entire area facing us. Of course, the windows upstairs that are their 2 proposed bedrooms, that bathroom, and then they even have a storage room that has windows directly facing our house, our bedrooms, our living areas, and even the garage doors on the bottom, because our house is at a certain height. It's, you have to take a few steps to get into it, and then the fence is lower. You can completely see even from downstairs. So those are the main concerns from our house.
Okay, and then so with regards to those 2 things, is there any type of development on this lot that you would be okay with?
Of course, yes, of course.
Okay.
We've addressed that there's a very similar lot nearby, but it's towering. They have a very unique.
You answer my question. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank
and
you.
then also your last concern was landscaping. So can you just state what your concern with landscaping is?
Yes, they have offered some leyland cypress evergreen trees. We have had, all the neighbors have had serious issues with the maintenance of trees currently. They are to be in a 4-foot by 4-foot area squinched together. First of all, they don't resolve all my privacy issues. More trees would be needed. But specifically that type of tree, when they're together, they're not maintained, which has been a big issue.
Okay.
They're not kept up. They're a fire danger, and they're going to overlap over our fence.
Okay, so what type of landscaping would you be happy with?
We would like different types of trees that do not grow to be 60 feet tall, that cover more than that the house already requires.
Okay.
And by the way, my son is allergic to cypress trees, so that also is a concern.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson.
So following up on our Vice Chair's line of questions, the applicant has stated in a number of responses in our report from staff about all the things that they've done to try to address privacy. So specifically on your concerns with privacy, if, as they have stated, they would have frosted windows on the back and the side. So what would be your additional concern about them being able to see if they have frosted windows? Is there something else, you know.
Yes, thank
yeah.
you for the question. So the windows that they're proposing it are not the only ones that face directly my property. It includes the storage room on the right. But frosted windows, they have to be maintained. They don't block the entire view. And these owners have had the opportunity to face towards the street, the front, to face towards the back. That neighbor has no second floor, has no windows. There's an attic. They've had the opportunity to face diagonal. There's a one-story house to face the entire span of that very long lot where there is nothing there. To face diagonal towards Layla, where there's a cul-de-sac and even a basketball court. They've had all these opportunities to position as much density as they value, and they've put it directly in front of our bedrooms, in front of our living area, and in front of our yards. Frosted windows need to be maintained. I've wrestled with how much to share in writing or even in presentation with the problems that we've had with maintenance. You can get a sneak peek of that in the sheet A0.8, the pictures of the right. Fences blowing off and holes being there and not a willingness to resolve that. So I won't bore you with all the details, but it's been extremely difficult, and this is an experience across the board with neighbors that in fact didn't even come up, because when we get together, which is regularly, it's a very harmonious neighborhood, we don't discuss this. It came up when this proposal came up. So it's a concern to have those windows directly facing us when they had so many choices. And even in the current design, they have choices to move those windows to the side. It seems that they have this concern that they're not facing their own yard. We invite them, we encourage them. We would love for them to face their own backyard or their own front yard and not have those windows looking over ours. They chose to have a higher density. They have an intention to add two additional the additional units. Please don't make our private backyards that we spend with every day with our child, our dog, our families, be like the public square that the high density buildings get to overlook.
I think I hear you and understand you. I would like to just go back to the frosted windows for a moment.
Yes.
In my home, I live in Los Gatos, of course. In my home, we do have one frosted window on the back of our house in one of the bathrooms. And I don't know why it was frosted, but our neighbors didn't ask. I mean, we bought the house; it was already 20 years old. So, I mean, nobody asked that. But I can't even see it. It overlooks the deck that's attached to our house. I can't even see the deck from my frosted window. So I'm just trying to understand how frosted windows wouldn't do it. I mean, I understand that you would prefer that they had the windows on other places, but if they can't see you, and they had it, say, on the storage area too, I'm still trying to understand what would be the concern other than you wish that they had put them in other places.
Yes, good, excellent question. So right now they don't have them. They don't have a plan for them to be on that storage area that directly overlooks. I cannot point to it. It's too far. Those two windows that are right over there. Right now they don't have a plan for that. They don't have a plan for putting it on the middle bathroom window. So there's two bedrooms upstairs and a middle window. They have no plan to put it on the garage windows that for some reason are facing my property. The garage, when there's all this space. But frosted windows need to be maintained. We also don't know the level of opacity, the obscurity level. We cannot enforce that. We don't know it. And big size windows, different size windows. From my understanding, I'm going to reveal that I'm not an architect or a designer or in any way involved in this. Like different size windows, the film doesn't fully put the edge. There's still areas there. It truly, truly makes us so uncomfortable to have those windows directly, and not just me in my property, adjacent neighbor, the neighbor even diagonal to that, who you will hear from.
Okay,
soon.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Commission members, any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, our next speaker then, and again, I'm going to apologize in advance for pronunciation. Venkat is... Venkat. Okay, I'll let you pronounce your name in the microphone. And thank you in advance. You'll have 3 minutes, sir.
My name is Venkat Vupnatula, and I have the same concerns. I'm next to her. I'm behind the construction. The only concern is privacy. we cannot use the backyard. I mean, like with the big windows that they are going to have, it's going to kill us. I mean, like we cannot go to the backyard with those windows. So they need to do something about those windows and the privacy. And balcony, I mean, like they took care of on the side. It's directly looking, patio looking towards mine and my neighbor's property. And they are saying 5 trees, but it's not going to. With the previous history, I mean, like a big oak tree and flying sheets. I don't believe what they're saying. I mean, like, oh, 5 trees. I mean, like, oh, we are going to maintain those trees. It's not going to happen. Looking at the past history. So I'm worried about my privacy, and so that's all I want to say.
Thank you for those comments. Before you sit, commissioners, questions for this speaker? Okay, Commissioner Hanson.
What kind of house would not affect your privacy?
I just want to go for a single family like us. I mean, like what we have, not a big house. I mean, like multiple families living there. So I just want to have a single family, less windows, less construction. I mean, like it's not private. Privacy is a big concern.
Well, okay. I'm not sure I understand your comment about multi-family versus single family. I mean, the applicant has made a testimony that this is their extended family living in their home, which I don't know why it constitutes multifamily. If you're referring to the ADUs that are proposed,
Yes.
we can say nothing about those.
Yes.
Every home in Los Gatos and all of California is entitled to build at least one detached ADU and a junior ADU, and it is a ministerial permit. They have to comply with size requirements, but we can say nothing about it. It's California law, so we can't really take that into consideration with regard to this house, because everyone in California can do the same thing, and it's law. So, I appreciate what you're saying. It's not this family, and they can't change that.
Okay. Thank you. And Vice Chair has a question for you, I believe.
Thank you, and thank you for that question, and thank you for coming tonight. My question is just about what additional changes would you be happy with regards to privacy?
Single family, smaller size, not huge building. I mean, like huge construction in the yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the speaker? Seeing none, I have no more yellow cards for speakers this evening, so thank you for those in the chamber speaking on this matter. Do we have anybody on Zoom for this matter?
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to allow iPad 3 to speak.
iPad 3, if you're speaking on item number 2, please state your name for the record and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello, my name is Devavrat Subramaniam,
Thank you.
and good evening, everyone, and good morning to me. It's 5 a.m. here. I live at 369 Blackwell Drive, and I'm here to express my privacy and safety concerns regarding the construction plans at National Avenue 15411. I understand the desire to build, but the current design presents significant issues that I believe could be better addressed. I think firstly, privacy. The second floor windows and balcony overlook my master bedroom, bathroom, shower area, and backyard, creating a direct sight line into sensitive areas of my home. I think frosted windows or trees have been proposed as privacy solutions. These may not fully address my concerns. I mean, frosted windows can still be open, and I don't know what's the level of obscurity that they have. And I respectfully suggest design adjustments like relocating the windows or using skylights that can prevent this privacy invasion more effectively. I think the second thing is what I wanted to mention was like the justification letter that compares this project to nearby structures, including a large hospital and a two-story building. However, these examples don't reflect the unique nature of this flag lot. I think one of the commissioners pointed that exactly. A more fitting comparison would be nearby flagpole properties like 15439 National Avenue, which maintained the neighborhood character by building a single-story structure on its rear lot. That is what I mean, like the current neighbors are trying to do. In summary, I'm requesting like adjustments that protect my family's privacy and property integrity while allowing for sensible development. Thank you for considering these concerns, and I'm happy to work with like applicants towards a more mutually respectful solution. Thank you, folks.
Thank you so much. And before you disconnect, commission members, any questions for the speaker? See none. Thank you, sir. Any other callers on Zoom?
Thank you, Chair. I do not see any other hands on Zoom.
Thank you so much. Then I'll ask the applicant, you have up to 3 minutes if you wish to address any of the comments that you've heard today. And at least from my own perspective, I would encourage you to, sounds like, focus on some of the privacy concerns.
Right, so basically, they're talking about windows. The laundry area has a 2-foot ribbon window, head height 8, seal 6. So you got a peekaboo up there to oversee that. They're not gonna be frosted. The 2 windows that are facing the north portion of it, they are egress windows. We are under the requirement of the 5.9, the 5.1 square feet. That's the minimum we have. There will be, on the 2 bays, will be frosted, diffuse. They can't see in, they can't see out, but it is an operable window. It has to be. The south portion is also a ribbon window. It's not frosted, but it's height of 8 feet, 6 feet of seal. Regarding concerns about tree and the maintenance of the tree, the only tree they have there is an oak tree that's in great condition that is dividing that tree on 669 Blackwell Drive. It's in the center of the property, and they provided a clarification that that tree has to stay. They also, the owner has retrofit the fence, privacy fence, a brand new fence that has been just installed about maybe a couple of months ago. Regarding the cypress, we are keeping a full height of 48-inch box, pretty full grown of 8 to 10 feet. It is a cypress. They will maintain it. It's within his property. There's not a drip line. So regarding the seller, we are under the requirement. The seller basically, there's no limitation for a seller there. There's no square footage limitation. There is a limitation of height, and we are much lower than what we're supposed to be. So it's not considered to be a 3rd story. Second, the window facing the north portion on that cellar, it's much lower than, basically from grade to top, it's only 2 feet. So there's not really any concern of privacy there. We could try to see if we could relocate the windows, but that's the only egress we have. The pitch of the slope does not clarify a relocation of those windows. So basically, it will be a full redesign.
Thank you. And before you sit down, commissioners, any questions? And I just have one. I think one of the speakers indicated that a family member had perhaps an allergy to the proposed trees. Would you be willing to use alternatives?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll close the public portion of this matter and then invite my fellow commissioners to pose questions of staff, of each other, make comments, and or if appropriate, make a motion. Members. Yes, Commissioner Burnett.
So I have 2 questions of staff. The first question is whether, if this project was approved, a condition could be, a covenant for maintenance of the trees could be imposed or not.
Yeah, that would be defensible.
Okay, thank you. And I wonder if staff can comment on the issue of the efficacy of frosted windows. I know that's been used in the past.
It has been used in the past. It's actually in our residential design guidelines. We do use them for conditions like this often.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
I have a couple of questions about the consulting architect's comments. So the first recommendation was about the tower, and we've kind of already discussed that. So the architect's actual comments said something like, I'm sorry, let me actually get to the page. Okay, so it says specific issues include the following, and then it notes that it should avoid large informal entries unless that norm of nearby homes. It says, okay, no, sorry. I'm sorry. Maybe you should come back to me. I need to find my page again.
Very good. We will come back to you, Commissioner Hanson.
Also, a question for staff. On the frosted windows, I was surprised because I can tell you I've never done anything to maintain in 22 years of owning my home, the frosted window that we have. We went and watched it one time. So is that a common thing with frosted windows that maybe I'm not aware of, that you have to do something special to maintain them so they remain frosted?
So I think there's a couple ways to frost a window. One would be with a film, which might deteriorate, as I can that's out in my house. However, if the glass is actually obscure, that's just a pane of glass and it will not change.
Okay, so if we were to specify that they have to have obscured glass, then there wouldn't be a maintenance issue. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair, are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So for the design requirements, basically it says to avoid large informal entries unless this is the norm for nearby homes, ... And then it says, e.g. projecting or under eave porch. Like, it's best to start with that type of entry. So obviously this project, they weren't going back to the start. So they made an adjustment, and I see how it doesn't comply, but we don't have our consulting architects go back and look at the reapplication. So I'm just curious what my fellow commissioners think, and, you know, if you have any information, Ms. Walters, about how, if this was semi-addressed or not, in staff's opinion.
I can start. It is semi-addressed. They did modify. Obviously, you can see they modified the front elevation, the side elevation, and it did modify the full tower, and it is integrated into that front plane.
Okay, thank you. So then I guess just as a follow-up, like, for when we're saying EG, that these are just like examples of how to change it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes, thank you. So, yeah, I'm having problems with this project. After reading our architect's comments, that basically it would be not consistent with the town's residential design guidelines, basically 3.2.1 and 3.2.2. There were other guidelines that were suggested and they were followed, but there were some that were not. I feel that basically it does not fit in the surrounding neighborhood, which is 3.2.1, which is our design guideline. And I think it's a very important one, being a flag lot and where this home is situated. I mean, it has great prominence, and I think it does affect the rest of the neighborhood there. So I think the massing and the size of it is what I'm having a real issue with. I appreciate that there were some efforts to go along with some of the recommendations by our architect, but I think the tower, I see the redesign, but actually I think his designs are really an improvement, and actually I think the the architectural features of his designs basically would fit better in the neighborhood if it wasn't so large of a house. So, and the other issue I have with it is that, noticing the photos that were shown, the trees, the mountains were eliminated from view from many of the homes there, as well as, I don't know if some of the homes in the area have solar panels, so I don't know if that would be affected by the height of this home and I think it's quite large. So let's see. Yeah, those would be my basic concerns. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Commissioners, any other questions or comments? I'll have one for staff briefly. I just wanted to confirm, and we've discussed this in other projects, Town of Los Gatos does not currently protect, at least in our written codes, light or view easements. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But as part of our discussions, we take into consideration privacy concerns, generally speaking, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
I did have one more question for staff. Based on being at the site, with only story poles, you don't really know, but it seemed to me, and I'm asking staff for your opinion, do you feel that I'll leave the back neighbors aside, the front of the house where the tower is and stuff, because it's in a flag lot and the way it's oriented and that there's trees in front, it didn't seem to me like it would be visible from the street. So I'm asking for your opinion on that, and I'm leaving the back neighbors aside for the moment.
That's correct. You can't see it behind the house that's in front of it.
Okay. So then our main, so I wanted to add on a comment to that, if it's okay, Chair. Because that was my thought on this, I do think that we have to delve in a little bit more with the back neighbors. But if you consider this project on the whole, while we don't encourage the largest house in the neighborhood, it's not that much larger than the next largest house. It also won't be visible from the street. So, again, I'm leaving the back neighbors aside from that. It also meets most aspects of our code. So it's really just a neighborhood compatibility issue because it doesn't violate any parts of our code. So I wondered if the place to go might be to try and make some additional adjustments to satisfy the back neighbors. But I suspect that the only one that would really work for them would be making it a single story. But I also think that it wouldn't be reasonable to ask them to reduce it to a single story because there's a number of other homes in that neighborhood and throughout Los Gatos that have 2 stories, and this is something we see pretty commonly. So I'd be curious what the other commissioners have to say, but I do think that other than trying to do more for the neighbors behind, that this project doesn't push any other boundaries.
Thank you for those comments. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I would like to echo Commissioner Hanson's comments. I also did recognize that the entryway adjustment wasn't didn't completely provide under the eve entry in lieu of the proposed stone tower or anything. However, I agreed that I also figured that this is not necessarily viewable from the street. And I do think that the other recommendations by the consulting architect were taken into account. And I do appreciate that. I feel the same way that I think that it is difficult to address the privacy issue in so many of these hearings that we have and agenda items that we often have when it is a 2-story situation. However, as a town, as a body, we don't have the authority to just tell someone that they can't build a second story. especially when they're complying with all of the aspects of code and not asking for any variances or with regards to setbacks and heights and everything like that. So that being said, I agree with Commissioner Hanson that I think that moving forward, hopefully we can try and make some sort of recommendations to address some of the privacy issues while, hopefully moving this project forward. And I do think that the changes to the landscape trees, I think that I think that that's a place to start. And I do agree. One other thing that I wanted to say about windows, we can't require anyone to have windows that don't open because you have to be able to get in and out of them. So the frosted windows is, I think, the best option for moving forward. And so I am curious to hear what my fellow commissioners have to say.
Thank you for those comments. Commissioners, any further comments? Commissioner Burnett.
Yeah, I strongly support the recommendation of staff to deny the architectural and site application based on concerns of size, neighborhood compatibility, and consistency with the residential design guidelines. And one that we haven't talked about so far is 2.1 on the general neighborhood design principles, which says residential development shall be similar in mass, bulk, and scale to the immediate neighborhood, although consideration will be given to the existing FAR residential square footage and lot size. And I recognize this is a very large lot, and consideration should be given to that, but nevertheless, I think the bulk and mass are unacceptable.
Thank you for those comments. I'll go ahead and chime in then. I would echo, I think, the comments largely of Commissioner Hanson and Vice Chair, rather. The project, it seems to me we have two issues. That is compliance with the design guidelines and the privacy issue. On the design guidelines, the home, I think we've discussed within all legal standards, within FAR, within the building envelope, within height, setbacks. They're not asking for any variances. And so then we are left when is the building compatible within the neighborhood? We've seen this issue many times before. The first two-story home in a neighborhood is always disruptive, and it's difficult for the neighbors, and we understand that. Nevertheless, I think it is inevitable that as this town grows, older homes will be removed, newer, larger homes will take their place. Many times they'll be second-story homes. And so I think we can't stop that line of progression. The best I think we can do as a planning commission is try to mitigate that process a little bit. And so that raises the second concern, that is privacy. And in this case, I think there are privacy concerns. The neighbor, or the builder rather, has done some efforts in that regard. They've agreed to remove the balcony. They've agreed to tint the windows. I think there's more that can be done. Certainly, I think we've discussed the trees. And I would argue that one of the conditions of approval would be the non-allergic style trees to be determined between the two neighbors. I think maybe one last ask that I would have, and the architect mentioned it, and I suspect it would be expensive, and I'm sorry to do this, but if there is a way to relocate the actual location of those windows, the sizing of the windows, something that would help ameliorate the privacy of the backyards and would still provide this applicant with egress rights and view rights, that's a project I could propose, or I could accept. Those are my thoughts. Commissioner Hanson.
I just wanted to add a clarifying comment because you mentioned about the first two-story house. If you look on page 12, and maybe you didn't mean to say it that way, but it sounded to me like this might be the first two-story house in the neighborhood. It is not. On page 12, we have the neighborhood analysis that is defined in the residential design guidelines, and there's clearly 3 other two-story homes.
Yeah, I stand corrected. Thank you.
Yeah, including on Blackwell, which is behind them.
Thank you. No.
So I don't think that that's a hurdle that they need to overcome, like if they were the first two-story house in the neighborhood.
No.
Bulk and mass it could be addition to that, but not the 2 stories.
Very good. No, I stand corrected. Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Barnett.
What?
Oh,
Okay.
Thank you. I do agree with our chair's comments about a new second-story home. It's not the first second story in this neighborhood. However, I think you can build a 2-story home in the neighborhood that would be more congruent and more acceptable to the neighbors, reducing the size and the mass. And that would be my comment. I don't think you have to have this large of a home that impedes and has issues in quite a whole basically block, and it's in the very middle, so it's very prominent. And I think it could be architecturally designed as a 2-story, but would be more compatible and meet the needs of the neighbors that have been there for years. It's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner.
I have the concept of making a motion to deny the request to make further efforts to address the privacy concerns and suggestions of the neighbors, and potentially to request, but not require, consultation with Mr. Cannon regarding the entry as revised, and that I cannot make the findings required, something along those lines.
Okay, so is there a motion pending, or do you wish to make a motion?
I'll second that motion.
Well, it wasn't really a motion.
No,
yet.
that's what I thought.
It wasn't a motion, but it's a promotion.
Okay. If you'd like to make that a formalized motion, then we can take a tally and see where we sit.
Okay, then. My motion is to deny the requested approval for construction of a single-family residence and site improvements requiring a grading permit on vacant property zoned R18, located at 15411 National Avenue, APN 424-12-140, architectural and site application S23033, on the basis that I cannot make the findings that the project meets the objective standards of the zoning code and the residential design guidelines, and nor the considerations in section 292150 of the town code for granting approval of architectural and site application, and would recommend that the applicant come back to us with revised plans after further consideration of the neighbors' concerns and potential changes, and a request, but not a requirement, that Mr. Cannon be consulted with respect to the adequacy of the changes on the entry.
Thank you for that motion. Do I have a second, Commissioner?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. I have a first and a second. Discussion. All right, by show of hands, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. I see 2. All those opposed? 3, and the motion fails. Let's try a different format. Commissioners, shall I give a try? Or Commissioner Hanson, do you have an idea?
If you would like to go ahead and make a motion, Chair, that's fine, or I can do it. So.
I move to approve construction of a single-family residence and site improvements requiring a grading permit on a vacant property zoned R18 located at 15411 National Avenue, APN 424-12-140, architecture and site application S-23-033. Property owner Mudada and applicant Jose Rama, subject to all the findings required in our staff report, with 2 additional conditions of approval. That is, first, with respect to plantings, that they be mutually agreed upon by the neighbors such that they are at a minimum protective of privacy and non-allergenic to any of the neighbors. And second, that the applicant meet in good faith to relocate the offending windows such that they are the least offensive to the privacy interests of the neighbors. Do I have a second? Commissioner Hanson.
I'll second the motion, but I would ask for one amendment to the motion.
Please.
And that would be the windows that need to be frosted, or the obscured glass, not the film that had to be maintained.
Motion so amended.
And so I will second.
Thank you. First, second, is there any discussion? Then by a show of hands, all those in favor of the motion? Thank you, and all those opposed? And the motion carries 3-2. Are there any appeal rights?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there are appeal rights. Anyone who's not satisfied with the decision of the Planning Commission can file an appeal to the Town Council. Forms are available online and in the CD Community Development and Clerk Office. There is a fee for filing the appeal, and the appeal must be filed within 10 days.
Thank you so much. Turning now to item number 3, requesting approval of a planned development for demolition of a senior living community, construction of a new senior living community, removal of large protected trees, and site improvements requiring a grading permit on property zoned RPD, located at 110 Wood Road, APN 510-47-038. An environmental impact report, mitigation monitoring, and reporting program and modified CEQA checklist have been prepared for this project. Plan Development Application PD-20-001 and Environmental Impact Report EIR-21-002. The applicant is Frank Rockwood, property owner, Front Porch Communities. First, by a show of hands, Commissioners, can I see all those who have visited the site? And are there any disclosures? Seeing none. And Mr. Mullen, when you get back to your chair, if you can provide us with staff report. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening. The subject property is approximately 10.84 acres and is the home of the Meadows Senior Community, which operated from 1971 until 2019. The proposed planned development before you tonight would allow for demolition of all existing buildings on site, construction of a new full-service senior living facility with 187 independent living units and 24 supportive care units, removal of approximately 192 trees, including 8 large protected trees, and site improvements requiring a grading permit. On January 12th, 2022, the Planning Commission considered the application and forwarded a recommendation of denial to the Council based on concerns related to building heights, tree removal, lack of diversity in housing type, concentration of luxury units, and a ratio of the number of units to the overall height, which was noted as being greater than existing. On April 5th, 2022, the Town Council considered the application and ultimately remanded it back to the Planning Commission for further discussion with consideration of comments provided by the Town Council, including concern with proposed heights, tall wall planes, and lack of screening, appreciative of the applicant's regard for fire safety, preference. There was 2 options provided at that meeting, and there was preference for options A and B. Supported removal of the penthouse units, not supportive of removing parking to reduce grading, and providing a full set of drawings and details for the revised project. On October 25th, 2023, the Planning Commission conducted a study session on a revised proposal presented in a conceptual fashion. During the study session, the Commission noted the positive aspects of the revised conceptual project, including the reduction in grading, the elimination of the penthouse units, and potential off-site programming at 142 South Santa Cruz Avenue as a community benefit. The Commission also expressed concerns on aspects of the revised conceptual project, including overall height, and noted that the applicant should consider expanding the development pad to lower the height of the buildings, concern with visibility impacts when viewed from downtown and from neighboring residences along Wood Road, and the unit size and target of the luxury market. The applicant now returns and presents a revised project for your consideration. The development pad area remains consistent with previous iterations. As detailed in the staff report, building height has been redistributed amongst the buildings, with 3 villas increasing in height and 2 decreasing in height. The applicant indicates that the intent of the height redistribution is to reduce visual impacts of the project. The revised project no longer includes penthouses, helping to reduce the average size of the units. The number of independent living units has increased from 174 to 187, and the number of supportive care units has increased from 17 to 24. The revised project includes a reduction in grading of approximately 11,500 cubic yards. This is a result of reducing the size of the parking garages, and the parking plan has been revised to include additional tandem spots and a reduction of standard spaces, allowing for an increase in parking from 200 spaces as previously proposed to 214. The materials, architecture, and building forms remain consistent with previous iterations of the project. In conclusion, the Planning Commission should consider whether the revised project adequately responds to the comments and concerns expressed in previous meetings with the Planning Commission and the Town Council. And based on the merits of the project, the Commission can forward a recommendation to the Town Council regarding the required findings, certification of the final EIR, adoption of the mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and adoption of the plan development ordinance. An addendum and desk item have been distributed before this meeting with additional high-resolution renderings, staff response to commissioner questions, and additional public comment. This concludes my report, and staff's available for any questions.
Thank you for that report. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I have one question at the moment, and that is about the housing element. The applicant claimed in the staff report that they can count the units towards our housing element obligation to the state. And I wondered, how that would be the case, maybe because it doesn't meet the minimum density for the sites that we have in the site inventory, maybe it still counts just in terms of unit counts, but if you could help understand that.
Sure, and thank you for that question. It's been my understanding from the early iterations of this project that the units do not count as housing units. And so unless something has changed, and I can defer to the town attorney, my understanding is that they do not count as housing units.
And I'll go ahead and jump in. Joel Paulson, Community Development Director. So we are counting independent living units of these types of projects as housing. So they have to be independent. They have to meet a certain definition. The challenge here, which we'd have to look into further, is we'd have to look to see what the delta is of the independent living units from the previous project to this project, and whether or not, given the time frame of closure, whether there would be any deference given to the town to count units that we previously would not be able to.
Okay, so could I ask a follow-up question? So what I think I heard you say is that you can count the independent living units. However, because this was a pre-existing building that had a number of units, we have the no net loss to consider. I mean, like, it would have to be more units than we had before.
Thank you for the question. So
is that what you're saying?
No net loss is a housing element nuance, which I wouldn't count that as this scenario because this is not a sites inventory site for our housing element. But I don't recall off the top of my head, I can pull the staff report up, how many independent living units were in the existing facility prior to it closing versus what's proposed now. We could potentially count, at a minimum, the delta in above moderate category.
Okay, even though the existing facility has been vacant for some time, it still counts as incremental units.
That's the other caveat that we probably would question HCD on to see if we are able to count all of them rather than doing the delta version, the change in units version that I know that we are permitted to do.
Okay, so it's complicated.
Thank you for that. Vice Chair.
Just as a follow-up, so best case scenario, we hopefully can count a couple of units, but we should not base any decision making hoping that that's the case.
You're free to base your decision making on whatever criteria you deem fit. What I would say is that, ultimately, again, these are above moderate units. We're not likely to be deficient in those types of units, given the types of projects we typically see.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Yes, Commissioner Burnett.
So in the proposed conditions of approval, there are a large number that relate to fire safety, wildlife safety. And my question is, will the county fire be approving the final plans?
Thank you for that question in the tennis game. But what's in front of you this evening is a plan development, which provides the entitlement for the applicant, should there be an approval at the council level, to submit plans for their full architecture and site, which is a separate planning process, and then ultimately a building permit in the distant future. What the plan development, though, has been reviewed, and these plans have been reviewed and approved by the Santa Clara County Fire Department. They would look at them again under the architecture and site application and again under the building permit application to make sure that they stay in compliance with current law.
Well, thanks for that, and it's good to hear.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff? No, I'll then invite the applicant forward. I think it's Mr. Rockwood. If you'll come to the podium, and you'll have 5 minutes to speak, sir. Yeah.
Right. My name is Frank Rockwood. After prior efforts were shelved in 2008, the owner of Los Gatos Meadows restarted the process of planning for the rebuild of the community in 2018. Next slide, please. Front Porch's level of investment in community engagement activities has been high. Next slide, please. Next slide. In fact, substantially higher than any other projects I've ever worked on in my 30+ years in real estate development. Here's what we're hearing from the broader community. There's support for a senior living community at this location. There's an appreciation of the improved fire life safety attributes of the proposed project. There's a request that Front Porch provide services and support for seniors in Los Gatos beyond those living on campus. And while community members have expressed a wide range of concerns typical of developments of this nature, the primary focus of their concern has been related to building mass and the potential impacts on view lines. To focus specifically on this issue, I introduce our project architect, Dave Hoagland, with Perkins Eastman.
Good evening. The redesign of Los Gatos Meadows has been inspired by the variegated nature of the nature and the live oaks on the property. The materials are metal siding, precast concrete and stone cladding over a fire-resistive concrete structure. The material colors are generally organic and darker in nature than the existing buildings, which are beige and have white roofs, with the intent to blend more into the hillside. Change the slide, please. And one more, please. The proposed design creates a village feel with 8 villa buildings and a total of 187 units. The villas are tucked into the hillside with a continuous underground base that contains adequate parking, services, and community space. The villas rise from that base 3 stories in the front and up to 6 stories in the rear near the hillside. Next slide, please. It's an unusual and challenging site, steeply sloped across the building pad of almost 90 feet with the preserved oak woodland at the top. It's also a fairly secluded location accessed by Wood Road, which is well vegetated. As the Planning Commission suggested, we have gone back and looked at expanding the building development area. Those options destroyed the existing tree cover, brought us closer to neighbors, created access and extensive retaining walls, and compromised fire safety. Pardon me. Must be allergic to the trees. We strongly believe that retaining the existing development pad is critical. Thank you. With regard to visual impacts, there are multiple and competing perspectives and views. We have worked hard over the past years to address town and neighbor concerns while creating a financially sustainable project. We have reduced the height of villas B and C by 1 floor and stepped Villa A back at the front where it's most visible from Main Street. We determined since the last meeting that raising villas F and G would unduly impact residents on Wood Road. It's important to note that our proposed tallest 6-story villa is below the elevation of Wood Road behind our site. In summary, we have shifted and tucked more of the development into the hillside, including linking villas D and E and F and G, and we have tried to be good listeners to the neighbors, balancing their concerns while creating a financially sustainable and vital community for Los Gatos seniors. Thank you.
Thank you. And sir, before you sit down, or perhaps Mr. Rockwood, I'm sure commission members, do we have? Oh, I'm sorry. Are you continue still speaking? I didn't mean to interrupt. 1 more minute. And 3 seconds.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Mary McMullen, Chief Advancement Officer for Front Porch. Just want to convince you more than ever that Front Porch is a strong community neighbor. We are involved for the long run and for broader community benefit. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. We continue to invest in Los Gatos. In addition to the site in question, we have purchased 142 South Santa Cruz for additional programs that benefit the entire town to address social isolation, program free of charge called Well Connected, and housing security, another program free of charge called Home Match. Tonight, we're here to discuss our plan for a new community. Next slide, please. The current plan that we're talking about tonight is the minimum scale that we need to make it work financially. On balance, this rebuild will be a significant contribution to the town, a valuable asset to the community, and we see it as the best use of the property, and we request your swift action. We are ready to move forward. Thank you.
Well timed. Actually, before applicant sits down, I'm one with all three of you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Hanson.
I wanted to key on something that you had mentioned, or one of the speakers had mentioned, and it was about I think it was the second, I think one of the objections that we had in previous hearings, and I was at all of them, so was the height. I mean, so the tallest building is still at 97 feet. So, and there's two questions in here. The other thing is with the video rendering, there were some neighbors that weighed in, said it's really hard to assess this. And I noticed that there were some people that had commented on the last application that didn't. So because there's no story poles, might not know that this is out there. So maybe you could just reiterate these taller buildings. I mean, I saw the pictures of before and after in the staff report from the front view, but the back view, there aren't going to be neighbors behind seeing the building in their view line because you put it right up against the hill where the trees are. Is that correct? Maybe you could explain the couple. There's more than one building that was over 90 feet, right?
Yes, on the back of the site. And as you just stated, we're only about 25 feet higher than the hill behind us. So we're kind of scooping out the backside of the hill. And 2 stories of the 6-story buildings are actually built into the ground. So there are no units or windows on the backside of that. And as I said, Wood Road is actually above the highest building that we have at the back of our site.
Because of the slope
Because
of
of
the
the slope.
property, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so the things we were seeing the last time where people were looking out their window, I mean, I guess we'll hear public testimony, but where they're looking out their window and seeing, things grow, that's not going to happen because of the way you reoriented the buildings.
Well, the renderings that our team has prepared, and as Frank has said, have been meeting with numerous neighbors to go through exactly views from their living rooms, their porches, and so those are the renderings I believe you're referring to. I'm not aware of other renderings other than the ones our team has provided.
We have our visualization consultant available to comment on this and share visuals if you like. He's available online.
Well, let's hear from the public, and then if it doesn't come up, then we'll ask again.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Brown.
Perhaps the architect can address this question. On the plans, the elevation from the ground floor to the first floor are 17 feet, and I was wondering if there's a reason that couldn't be lowered.
That is our garage level, so it's both our garage and our distribution system for all of our mechanical and plumbing system, because everything has to come down, and then in the ceiling of that garage is where we distribute everything horizontally. We also have some fairly extensive, deep concrete beams, because we're a concrete structure above that, not wood frame, so we're carrying a much heavier load coming down onto that podium base.
Okay, so from a practical, architectural, and structural perspective, that can't be reduced to below 17?
At this point, that's our position. We will obviously work extensively to do anything we can in the future, but based on our engineering work and everything that we have at this point, which is still early and preliminary, we don't believe that we can reduce it below that. I should also clarify, because on top of that podium is also two courtyards, so we have weatherproofing, we've got soil that we're holding up for trees and landscape as well.
Can you tell me the height of the garage from someone who's standing on the garage floor to the ceiling?
Well, there probably won't be a finished ceiling, but there'll be pipes running through. So
I see.
Our expectation is that we would have about 9 to 9'6" clear, but it will vary in different parts of the garage.
I see. Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? I had just a couple, and whoever's most appropriate can respond. First of all, and I think you addressed this, the architect addressed this in his comments, the building envelope we had requested as perhaps an alternative and as a means to reducing overall building height was spreading out into the site a little bit more. And I think you indicated that that was less feasible or infeasible, but I just wanted to explore that a little bit more. Is it, I understand you're trying to preserve as much of the green space as you can, but how infeasible is it to spread the building envelope?
What I was hoping we could pull up is the site plan that has the fire truck access loop, because it's the most current.
If that's helpful, yes.
So, thank you. So while that's being prepared, you know it's an irregular shaped site, and I'm going to use the top of the drawing to be north, although it's not exactly north. But as you can see, the fire truck access loop is that kind of red line that goes all the way around. So if you look to sort of Project West, we are nestled very close to Wood Road. As a matter of fact, we have a mix of retaining walls and grading in there. So there's really no place to develop to the west. As a matter of fact, that would just push us into more of the view corridor as you come up Wood Road. If you look to the south, Project South on the drawing, you can see again the fire truck access. That road also has a retaining wall. It's roughly in the same position as the existing Farewell Drive, but not exactly. But we've widened it to be a full fire truck access. And if you look to the Project East, one of the requirements was to have a continuous fire truck loop around the site. So what that's done to the east part of the site is to get the grading to get that fire truck, if you can imagine that, up 80 feet and around to loop up with the upper drive. We have filled out the full development pad. We did look to the south of the fire truck road in that little wedge, but between the setback and the driveway, it varies from about 25 feet to maybe about 60 feet, but it's 30 feet down. If you know that site, it drops like in a 2-to-1 slope. And we did study, but we could not get fire truck access around the buildings. We would have 30-foot high retaining walls. If you think of those cottages that are roughly in that position, they're up on 20 and 25-foot stilts. So it kind of gives you a feel for what would happen in there. And then the other thing was, to actually build it, we'd have to take all the trees down. And the easement, to be able to get all the grading in, we'd probably be looking at grading easements as well.
No, thank you for that very thorough answer. Okay, and I have just a couple more questions then. And I think in response to Commissioner Hansen's questions, you discussed the removal of height. I think the reconfiguration of Villa A, pushing some of the massing to the back. And I think your comment was to help with some of the view corridors, which I will agree with you. That I think is our biggest issue in this development. That move, does that help the residents on Wood Road more? Does it help the view from downtown Los Gatos more? Whose views was that move intended to protect?
The feathering and pushing back of Villa A was in response to the views from Main Street.
Okay.
And so we have lowered it so that we're about, I do this off the top of my head, 11 feet higher than the front of the existing building that's there.
Very good. And then just one kind of generalized question, and I'm going to have to ask you to trust me on some numbers here. My understanding is that based on the original development, there were approximately 205 units in the complex, and your current proposal seeks about 211. I think that's correct, overall, of the very different varieties.
I believe there were 184 plus. Well, there were 222 units
Okay.
prior when you include the care units.
Right. In any event, they're within distance of each other. There was a little over 200 units in each development. The original project was, on a gross square footage basis, a little over 150,000 square feet. And the new project, as I see it, is a little over 438,000 square feet, so roughly 3 times the size. And so what I'm curious is, where is the extra square footage going if we have almost similar numbers of units? I guess it either has to go to common areas, or we're using much larger units, or some combination of the two.
In fact, it's probably both, but it's principally in the independent living units.
Okay.
When this was originally conceived in the late 60s and built in the early 70s, the standards for senior living were very, very different than people's expectations now of having a full independent living unit, accessible bathrooms, full kitchen, all the sort of amenities that older adults want in their independent living.
I think staff report indicates that the unit or average unit size of your proposal is about 1,400 square feet. Does that sound right?
Yes, that's approximately correct.
I tried to do some research to figure out what is the custom or norm for luxury senior housing specifications. And honestly, I got more answers than I can possibly use. I'm looking for your insight on either from you or for the operator. What is the custom and norm for 1 and 2 bedrooms in what we call the luxury senior market?
So, several part answer.
Thank
One
you.
is, it depends on the market. Depends on where we are in the country, what people's expectations are about size and unit. I think what we've also seen with the retirement of the baby boomers and the next generation of expectations is that people don't want just a 1-bedroom unit anymore. They want 2 bedrooms. They want a place to have a study, a workspace, a guest room, however they may use that bonus room. So what we have seen is that the average size of units over the last 2 decades has continued to grow. And I would say that the average, again, this is different places in the country, probably range anywhere from about 1,300 to 1,500 square feet is the average size units. What you will see a difference that skews that percentage is how many 1-bedroom apartments versus 2-bedroom apartments there are. And we have more significant 1-bedroom dens and 2-bedroom units here because of the market expectation of what people in Los Gatos would want.
Very good. And I'm sorry, one final question. Commissioner Burnett asked you about the parking garage floor-to-ceiling heights. In the living spaces, what's your floor plate?
It's an 11.5-foot floor-to-floor in several of the buildings and 11-foot in the others. So we're hoping to have a 10-foot, 9.5-foot finished ceiling. But again, until we get into the detail of the structure, the beams, there's still a little work there.
I appreciate your willingness to answer my technical questions on the fly. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner, Commissioner Burnett.
Yes, thank you, and thank you. I think your design is really beautiful. I think it's very pleasing. I did want to ask, the proposed photo going down Main Street there, the color of the building, is that what you're intending that to be?
Yes, I think as you've seen in the renderings, they're more muted tones. They're
Yes.
natural colors, greens, blues, browns, no beige, no light green, no white roofs. We definitely want this to nestle into the hill and really, as much as we can make it, just disappear into the tree setting in the hillside.
Yes, that's a very, very important feature. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I noted in the staff report, and from the last time we saw this, because you have the stat from the original Meadows versus the current proposal, but I'm talking about the last time we saw this, either the study session or the time before. I'm not sure when we actually had a hearing.
We get confused too.
Yeah. So it says here, the revised submittal also includes changes in the number of units and unit types. Total independent living units would increase from 174 to 187 through elimination of the penthouse units and the redistribution of the 1 to 2 bedroom units. My question is that since the height was an issue, why does the number of additional units go up? Is that like, you know, I mean, if there was an opportunity to reduce height by not increasing the units, why is there more units just because of eliminating the penthouse units?
I think there's several answers to that. One is, as the project has evolved, so has the financial feasibility. And I think that has been part of guiding the sort of look at this. The other issue that was guiding it was that what we look at is the sort of usable or rentable square foot that the people are living in, regardless of the common areas and other that don't produce revenue. So when we took 2,000 square foot units and made them 1,400 or 1,500, what we had is a square footage that we still needed the revenue from that square footage, but it generated more units because we made them smaller.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? No, you'll have an opportunity at the end to speak again. We'll now address members of the public in the chambers first, and in no particular order. Rob Stump, if you would like to approach the podium, state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Thanks for the opportunity to address you this evening about the proposed senior living community at 110 Wood Road. My name is Rob Stump, a resident of Los Gatos, 17617 Foster Road. Since 2019, I've been working with the town of Los Gatos on wildfire preparation and prevention. In 2020, I was appointed the chair of an ad hoc wildfire committee that was authorized by the town council. I've become known as a public safety advocate with an emphasis on wildfire prevention. I'm known by many of the town staff and council members. I've worked with the police department and the fire department. I've developed relationships with them over that period of time and a level of expertise on the topic of wildfire. Tonight, I'm limiting my comments to wildfire mitigation measures. I was asked to meet with the developer of this project on 2 occasions over the past couple of years. Why? To discuss this project and to get my input on their efforts to make this senior community wildfire resistant. Here are my comments. First, building construction. You've already heard what's going to be going into the building construction. Wood being replaced by concrete and steel. This will be fire resistant. The building materials are far superior to the ones that were used when this project was originally developed. This is a critical element should fire blow into the development. Second, tree removal and forest management. 192 trees will be removed. Trees with tall canopies and too close to structures, and frankly, some trees being flammable, will be removed for fire safety and public safety in general. The landscape plan for the new development calls for more trees to be planted than what will be removed. The species of the trees obviously will be different, including the height, lower canopy. They will be a better choice for the development in the WUI. There are 5 acres of open spaces you've been talking about, primarily forested with oaks and other native trees. I've strongly encouraged this community to aggressively manage this forest. And what do I mean by that? Keep the forest floor clear, remove weeds, and limb up the trees. Third, defensible space. Due to the design of this development, it's going to sound strange, gang, but it may serve as a fire break to South Santa Cruz Avenue and some of the residents on Broadway. With the new building standards, the reduced number of tall trees, some of which, as I said, are flammable, and the access road around the entire development, fire services will not only have defensible space around the development, they will have access to fight a fire before it proceeds into neighborhoods or the downtown. So I believe the developer has taken appropriate steps to limit potential impacts due to wildfire for this development, and they provided additional protection for the neighbors. I look forward to this development being developed. We do need more senior housing and options in Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stump. And before you sit down, sir, any questions? Yes, Vice Chair.
Hi, thank you for your comments tonight and all your work you've done to protect the community. My question is whether you've looked at some of the proposed trees that are being proposed to be planted and how you feel about some of the landscaping that is...
The only questions I've really asked is, are they going to be on the list of trees and plantings that fall into the fire resistant? Nothing's completely resistant of fire, but not eucalyptus trees, not, these other things that would fall into the category of flammable. So I've asked that specific question. It's going to be more like ornamentals like crepe myrtles, things that are
Yes.
flowering trees, things that will have limited canopy, so that by definition, you're not going to get fire way up in a canopy that's literally as high as some of the buildings that are out there.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Any other questions? I just have one, sir. I think you probably heard my question to the architect on whether the building envelope could be expanded, and one of his responses was that would impede ingress and egress of fire vehicles. And I was wondering if you had any thoughts on that.
Yeah, and I don't fully understand, because if that means they're having to, the road to build may become more complicated, I think is one of the things they're saying. If they would move up the hill, it could be incredibly expensive, more challenging, greater numbers of retaining walls. But I can tell you, in talking to fire, they are thrilled with this plan, that they have a complete loop around the development. And again, when you look at that and the map that was up there, and I'll say that it's obviously more west than north, but that is what is actually going to provide defensible space as well, and allow the fire department, if you can believe it, they may not really be fighting a fire at the development. They may be fighting a fire up the hill and trying to keep it from coming to the development or coming down into the neighborhood. So I don't have a great answer for you there. I think that may be more of an issue of expanding that road and what it would require to expand that road further up the hillside.
I appreciate your honesty as well as your other thoughts on the matter. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
thank you very much.
No further questions then. Our next speaker, Julie Southern. Ms. Southern, if you would approach the podium, state your name for the record, please. And you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Julie Southern. I'm at 135 Wood Road in Los Gatos. I've been on Wood Road for 37 years. I sent my letter in. I believe I'm in your packet. I just want to touch on the 4 points that I have in the letter, mostly for verbal. First, want to thank the Meadows for being such good neighbors in the past, as well as with all hope in the future. The 4 points that I wanted to point out in my letter was the impact on the view from my property. When we came through, I believe it was this last April when the story poles went up, it showed a lot of attention from the town, got a lot of input. I've been involved since 2016, 17, 18, since I moved to the road in '87, and they were concerned about the bulk. They were asked to redistribute. They redistributed it. They moved it to the back, which is literally right in front of my house. So those buildings, which I believe are buildings F and A, are now, instead of being 4 stories or 3 or 4 stories, they're now 5 and 6 stories. And I included a visualization and that's from my 2nd story deck. From my front door, I feel that I'm going to be able to be looking at a wall. I know that the architect did mention that all the stories are going to be below Wood Road, but Wood Road is like that right in front of my house, so it may be way over to the side. Second point, the second point is the preservation of the trees. I understand the fire danger. I had a house on Wood Road that did burn down, and while they were evacuating the Meadows at the time, they let my house burn. So I am all for anything. That circular road, I think it's wonderful, and that they've kept Farwell Road open for emergency vehicles and potential Wood Road resident access in an emergency. But the preservation and enhancement of the screening trees would be great, at least so that there is that much mitigation of as much of the bulk from our vantage point. Third is the proper handling of harmful chemicals, materials. In our neighborhood meeting last week, they said it was the responsibility of the builder. I know that was brought out in the newspaper a couple of months ago. I just want to reiterate, we're going to be living on that road for the 4 years that they're going to be demolishing it and rebuilding it. And I just want to make sure that whatever mitigation they can do for that. Fourth point is traffic management during construction. It's coming off Wood Road today with the half a dozen or a dozen residents that are there now is really bad. And so you guys all know the challenges of Wood Road as it is today. So
Thank you for those comments. Before you sit, commissioners may have comments. Vice Chair.
Thank you for coming and sharing with us tonight and for, being patient over the years and working with the applicant. For your point number 4, your concern is mitigate traffic during construction specifically?
Yes, when the Meadows was there, they had, they were always carting, not employees, residents up and down the hill. So they did as much mitigation of traffic at that time. But as Los Gatos is growing and Los Gatos High is getting bigger, more populated, we're seeing a lot more traffic coming in from the mountains.
Okay.
And from 7 to 7:45, that's the road. It's just stopped. When I come down, I either have to leave before 7 or I have to leave after 8.
Okay. Thank you.
Make sense?
Yes, I was just confirming that it was construction, not after the project's there. It's mainly during construction.
The construction's going to be challenging because we're going to be
Yes.
limited because they're going to be taking hundreds of trucks of.
Yes. Thank you. We talked extensively about it at the last time we heard this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson.
So I wanted to follow up on your question about the view. So in the staff report, the applicant submitted a list of all of the people they talked to, and your name was in there. And they didn't have a rundown of what the outcome of the discussion was. It was just a list of what people talked to and what dates. So my question for you is this: one of the biggest issues that we had the last time we saw this was about the height. And that it's a much higher height than we have pretty much anywhere in Los Gatos. What has been the response now that they've done this reallocation of the height, and you've, I'm sure, told them that this is impacting you? What kind of response did you get from them?
Generally polite, but it's a fiscal decision. And I said, well, would you be open to either reducing the units? Pretty much no, because of the fiscal nature of it. Could you redistribute any of the buildings, what was it, A and F, that are 5 and 6 stories, back down to 4-story, and redistribute it back out to the front, which is where the town was worried about, or people commenting from the town about it being bulky. The comment was from one of the individuals on the meeting was, we would love that, but I don't think the town would like that. So is it, the general people from the town that are going to be upset about having that 3rd story back up to 4 stories, or is it going to be, 3 or 4 residents whose view is blocked? So.
Okay, no, thank you for your candid comments on that. That's something we'll need to talk about. So,
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for the speaker?
I do have a question.
I'm sorry, Ms. Barnett. Ms. Southern, I'm sorry.
Can't you fast enough?
Commissioner Barnett.
Can you describe for me the traffic as you experienced it prior to the demolition or the vacation of the Meadows? In other words, there were cars for residents, as well as I understand, transportation that was provided by the Meadows?
Right. It's not so much the traffic on Wood Road. It's getting from leaving Wood Road onto Santa Cruz Avenue. I mean, It's very difficult for me to turn left onto Santa Cruz between as 7 to 7:45 on a school day, for example. And of course, we won't even talk about beach traffic. I've parked at the bottom of the hill many times and walked up, just because you can't get. So that's the beach traffic discussion.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Since they closed, there's been another home built up above, another couple of people moved up above of it. So there's more traffic. So the home that's just above us has had a lot of traffic in the last 3 years, 2 years that it's been being built. Yeah, a lot of traffic. So we're anticipating traffic. We know that it's going to be there, but we're just hoping that you understand.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? No. Thank you so much. You may be seated. Next, we have a comment card from Claire Southern. Ms. Southern, if you would approach the podium, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Claire. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I grew up on Wood Road. I watched my home burn down when I was a child. I also have lived on Wood Road as an adult. And with regards to the meadows, there's 3 things that I want to reiterate. These are not new, but first is mass. It's a large building, and the ask has been for it to reduce height. Secondly is visualizations matter. As we noted with story polls last time this came around, they're very useful for people to understand the mass and the impact before something is built, before decisions are made. In lieu of that, we have visualizations, which have been of varying quality, and varying versions have shown different types of views from the neighbor's view, but also from downtown. I think that they're a little bit misleading. And then third is safety, and that is in regards to like traffic, but also fire. And yes, it's not just about, is a house built of wood or of cement? It's about, can you get down from what is called a secluded location with one road with lots of residents and children living above? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And before you sit, any questions, commissioners? No. Thank you again for your comments. We appreciate it. Next, Tom Picro. I'm sure that's incorrect, but Tom, if you would approach the podium, state your name correctly for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Tom Picro. I'm president of the Los Gatos Thrives Foundation, and I'd like to report that, as they mentioned in the information provided, that our Los Gatos Thrives executive committee and members have met with the developer, both Front Porch and Rockwell Properties, several times, and we've discussed, as mentioned, these amendments for the community, such as at the 142 South Santa Cruz Avenue, providing property on their site there, which could be used for community events, for community meetings, and we think that's very fine. And also their proposal to bring home match into our community, which is something that we've have very much hope would happen in this community for developing things for older adults to thrive. And so that's on with my hat as the foundation president. On a personal note, from my own perspective, I'd like to say that I think it's an excellent development that I hope can happen. Our seniors need places to live, seniors of all economic levels. And as you get older and you need to size down and you need assistance in living, that's important. I think you probably know the population is increasing. For the last decade, the percentage of seniors in Los Gatos has nearly doubled. It will be within a year or two. And that population, many of whom have lived here their entire life and would like to age in place in Los Gatos, the town they love, would really appreciate the opportunities to do that. And this adds to that mix of different properties we can have in town for seniors. So I think this is worthy of consideration as a cultural, as thinking about your older adults, as we all reach at that age at some point, and your parents or your siblings. And so I would encourage you, personally, I support the project, and I think it will be very good for Los Gatos and for the work we're trying to do for older adults to thrive in our community. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. And before you have a seat, yes, Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you for your comments, and I'm glad that we have a Los Gatos Thrives Foundation. I didn't know about it until I read the staff report. So my question for you is, I mean, you're probably aware, since you've lived in Los Gatos for a long time, that we have any number of builders' remedy proposals in many different places throughout town, going up 6, 7 stories, and this is something that is completely unfamiliar for everyone in town. We just don't have that height, those kinds of heights here. So my question for you is, since you're representing the foundation and, and the feelings of other seniors, is the importance of having the additional senior units outweigh going 6 stories in 97 feet, which is pretty unprecedented here?
Well, our foundation's perspective, I think would be fair to say, is that if I think about living in a residential house and having a 7-story apartment building next door to me on the other side of the fence, or I think about a village of senior living, which is self-contained and beautiful and nicely managed, there's no consideration. If I think about building a community center for all our people in Los Gatos, or I think about a 5-story apartment building right on a major thoroughfare, I think there is no difference. I favor those villages and those community center.
So you think the location helps to mitigate?
I mean, we have limited space in Los Gatos, so where could you find a place that would maybe be more acceptable? I'm not sure.
Where it's not going to be next to a 1-story house, right?
For example.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? Thank you, sir. You may sit down. Our next speaker, Terry Hope. Ms. Hope, if you'll approach the podium, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Terry Hope. I live at 223 Casitas in Los Gatos. As a lifelong resident of Los Gatos, a downtown business owner, and I'm also a board member of the Los Gatos Foundation for Older Adults to Thrive. The Los Gatos Meadows Rebuild Project is of utmost importance to me personally, and I think to the community at large. I'm asking the Planning Commission tonight to please recommend that the council approve the rebuild proposal. As I understand it, the project is within the original footprint of the old campus and nestled into the hillside and in keeping with our small town charm that our citizens really value. It's important to note the project addresses several key issues that are also important to Los Gatons: housing, supportive older adults in our community, and wildfire safety. This project will revitalize this dilapidated campus site and addresses the housing shortage for seniors wanting to remain in our town, as well as having the social integration needs for older adults by creating a sustainable community where seniors can flourish in a safe and enriching environment. The Front Porch Communities is a nonprofit sponsor of this project. They have a good track record of having provided exemplary care to seniors over a half of a century. The approval of this project will enable many of our seniors, probably including myself, to remain in the community close to our family and friends. As it stands, the shuttered facility does not benefit the community. It's a fire hazard, and the planning process for rebuilding has gone on for many years now, so I would encourage you to help move this project along now.
Thank you for those comments. Commissioners, any questions for this speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Our next speaker, Andy Gofrani. Mr. Gofrani, if you would approach the podium, please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Andy Gofrani. I live on 121 Wood Road, directly behind the Meadows. And by the previous presentations that I've seen from Meadows, I'm the most impacted neighbor visually. Although these new proposal that we've seen, they've reduced the height of the front buildings. The additional height in the back added about 1 or 2 stories in front of me, which cut half my view. I don't have a front yard. I have a large deck in front of my house, which is essentially our front yard. And we bought the property for that we have an unobstructed view. So we are really impacted, although I am not against construction. I'm in construction business for 40 years myself. I support construction in general, but want to find a way so that it's less impactful to us as a most impacted neighbor, I believe. So we're asking for maybe being able to rebalance in such a way so that it's not, although the view is nice from the downtown, but it's right in front of us. Similar issue with Julie Sutton. So that's one ask. The second is traffic during construction. As mentioned, and I've talked to Frank about that, truck traffic during construction, and I've run numbers. We will be looking at about 24,000 trucks in and out of that site in a 9-month excavation that they will have. So imagine a truck every minute and a half, coming or going. And that is going to stop all the traffic at Santa Cruz. So that's, thank you for listening, and it is a serious concern.
Thank you, Mr. Grofan. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stop. Were you done?
Yes.
Thank you. Before you sit down, commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you for your thorough comments. My question for you is this. The current proposal where they've redistributed versus the last proposal where they had, and I wanted to see, was it the last proposal better for you or not, or were they both bad, or?
I would say the last proposal, we saw the story poles, and it was really impactful to what we saw. This time, we saw a rendering of visualization that the architect made, and it is different, but again, it's not the story poles. You can't see it from there, you know. I'm about 11 feet higher than the top roof, standing up. Sitting down, you know, it's kind of level, or, you know, a lot of the view will be cut. This is the elevation of my front deck.
So what I'm getting out of this is that it doesn't really matter how they redistribute the buildings to your view.
I would say if they redistribute the back to the front, yes, it will. You know, it'll be less impactful. Obviously, it's kind of level. The same thing we have is another 1 or 2 story above instead of 4 stories above.
So if the trade-off was to move some of the height forward, and that would, you know, people would see more from downtown, but it would make your situation better.
Yes.
Okay, that's very good to know. Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? No, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, Grant Sedgwick. Mr. Sedgwick, if you'll approach the podium, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. Grant Sedgwick, I'm a resident of Los Gatos. I'm sorry about the hat. I'm hiding a little owie on my head, and I feel better not to have you sympathetic for me. I'm a real estate developer with about 50 years experience, so I'm also a senior. I've lived in Los Gatos for 29 years, and I did spend 7 years as a consultant to one of the leading developers and operators of continuing care retirement communities in the whole country, actually in the whole world, as Frank knows the firm. And so I have a couple of factual things to share with you because I'm completely objective. I'm not involved in this project in any way. First, about the scale. This question about the size of the units and whether they're too luxurious or extravagantly large. You've heard evidence from the developer that is about, or the developer's architect, I should say, that is about typical now, and I want to confirm that that's exactly right. 1,400 square feet is about right in California. I don't know much about the industry outside California. And it's interesting that when this project was originally designed, I don't have the exact number, but I believe the independent living units were about 800 square feet. So what's being represented is something like 75% larger. In that same period of 50 years, the median size of a single family home in California grew 83%. So it's lifestyle, as it was properly answered when that question came up earlier. To meet the market, and there is a huge demand in the market, and it is growing, you have to offer a product that is desirable. This project at 187 units, if I've got it right, is actually, I'm surprised that it is fiscally feasible, because my experience over 7 years as a consultant to someone else in the industry was that 250 or 275 independent living units was absolutely the minimum to be fiscally feasible, to be financially feasible. So perhaps because it's a nonprofit sponsor, perhaps because they've owned the land a long time, they can somehow make this work with so few units. But some of these communities are 500 units in size. I'm not saying that that's what this should be, but I'm just saying that if you're hearing that there are challenges to the financial feasibility, they are absolutely accurate. I'm sure they are. Seniors should have the opportunities to grow old in the town they love, and you've heard that from a couple of other speakers, and it's important. But there are compromises that you're going to have to weigh between visibility from the Main Street and visibility from the immediate neighbors, but they can't make this project any smaller. The fact that it has got no surface parking, has doubled the amount of parking per unit, and still conserve 75% open space is terrific accomplishment, in my opinion.
Thank you for those comments. Commissioners, any questions for, yes, Commissioner Barnett.
Thank you. Based on your long experience, do you have an opinion regarding the general plate height of units in this type of a community?
9.5 feet finished ceiling would be a minimum to do a proper. I think that's the architect answered, that 9.5 to 10 will be the goal, but he hadn't designed the final details. By the way, this is a great architectural firm. And by the way, I just have, if I may add into that answer, the fact that this building may be partially visible from other parts of the town isn't terrible, and it's not a sin. This is a great place. If we have to have 6 stories, this is a great place to have it, as long as it's great architecture, and I know you'll insist on that. But this is a site where, if there was ever a site, I brought before this commission, probably none of you remember, 17 years ago, for a project much bigger than this on the site of the Los Gatos Lodge. And believe me, we fought about the height, and my client had to walk away because they couldn't accommodate, even on that site, the kind of project that the market demands and what the economics of these kinds.
Well, thank you very much for your answer. That's helpful.
Thank you so much. Any other questions, commissioners? No, thank you very much. So that is the sum total of yellow cards I have, but before going to Zoom, is there anybody else in chambers who wishes to speak in public? No, seeing none. On Zoom, Mr. Paulson, I know we have at least one caller.
Yes, thank you. Matthew, you can unmute yourself.
Hi there.
Yes, Matthew, you are on speaker, so if you will state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm timing myself. My name is Matthew Southern. I'm a resident, 35-year resident of 123 Wood Road. And I'm writing you to express my concerns with the development at 122 Wood Road due to the potential habitat destruction and the impact it may have on the very animals our town is named after. Not sure if you know much about the history of Los Gatos' name, but in 1839, 10 years before California got its statehood, Los Gatos was named La Rinconada de Los Gatos, the Corner of the Cats, by brothers Jose Hernandez and Sebastian Peralta. Well, today, Los Gatos retains its namesake. The wildcats that surround us in the Santa Cruz Mountains are considered at risk due to threats from habitat loss and urban development. While I certainly support the Meadows and everything they do, I was a volunteer there during high school. I believe that the tripling of the floor plan of the current structure will significantly infringe upon the habitat of these majestic wildcats that our town borrows its name from. Considering the potential habitat loss to our town's earliest residents, the Wildcats, not me, 35-year resident, the proposed increase in size of the structure located in a mountain lion habitat, please see the image that I have included below. In addition to Los Gatos' heritage, I implore the Los Gatos Planning Commission to limit the size of this development. I believe that considering the nature of our town, 6 stories in the foothills of the Santa Cruz Mountains will significantly infringe upon the environment of, again, the namesake of our town, these majestic wildcats. Outside of that, on the fire front, I do want to address that. While my main focus tonight is the mountain lions of Santa Cruz Mountains, on the fire front, I do believe something hasn't been addressed tonight. While there is decent mitigation efforts on the trees and whatnot, the reason that Claire Southern and my house burned down when we were children was because 200 residents of the Meadows had to be evacuated from a fast-moving brush fire that started at the Cat's restaurant. My worry is that increasing that floor plan by triple, might be 5 units, might be another 7 units of people that are in the later stages of their life, more supportive. But that means that they are working on, the Los Gatos Fire Department was working on evacuating people and not actually working on a fire when that fire swept through in 1997. So outside of that, I do want to resurface the problem about fires, because that is a significant issue, not just for us. I realize that the Meadows might seem like a fire break, but 200 residents acting as a fire break, especially when they're slow moving.
Well, Mr. Southern, sorry to interrupt you, but your time has elapsed. Thank you for your comments. But before we disconnect, commissioners, any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, no. Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for your comments. Mr. Paulson, any other callers on Zoom?
Thank you, Chair. I don't see any other hands on Zoom.
No. Okay. That will, having no more public comments, I will invite applicant then to reapproach the podium. You'll have 3 minutes to make any closing comments, and I would encourage you then to respond to any questions or open issues that you think have been flagged by either this commission or the public.
Good evening. My name is Sean Kelly. I'm the CEO at Front Porch. The first thing I want to do is thank you all as commissioners. This takes a little bit of time tonight and a lot of time over many years. And I want to thank the staff. The earnestness and the completeness of the reviews has been the kind of engagement that we hope for, in the work that we do, and certainly in the work that leads towards development. I also want to thank the people in the community, because it is not our intention to build a community that's not a part of a bigger thing. We invite people to come to Front Porch, come to Los Gatos, to be a part of something larger than themselves, a place that they can join and have an impact on. And you don't get to have a community unless you take the time to build it, and we've taken a lot of time, and I'm grateful for it. I would submit, listening in, that the project that we have now is a whole bunch better, not just better than what it was in 1967, but better than what it was when we brought it to you in the first place. And that does not happen without active listening and without a commitment to trying to make the world a little bit better for people like all of us. They're getting older every day, if we're lucky. So it is often said, our best work happens when we're doing development, when we are building community before the shovels hit the ground. And I feel strongly that, as painful as it can be, and to recognize that not every single need can be met, or every single accommodation or opinion can reach agreement with what it is that we ultimately hope to do, the discussion doesn't end. So as much as I enjoy the commitment to building community, which I feel we are doing and won't stop, I also recognize that there's a fencing, a circle encircling an old set of buildings up on the hill that's pretty conspicuous. And it feels like it gets more conspicuous as each day goes by, as we start to become more available in the community itself. People ask us, what's going on? When are you moving? When can I come? What's next? How long will it be? It is my sincere hope that after tonight, we can move ahead with your support and in the spirit that got us to this spot in the first place, which is to continue to listen and to continue to dialogue until we can put a shovel in the ground, so that our answer to that question, when, can be soon. Soon. So I'm grateful and hopeful and here for questions and comments, and I promise my colleagues to stay away from the details, but available nonetheless. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And before you sit down, commissioners, any questions? Yes, Commissioner Burnett.
Yes, and thank you again. I wanted to ask about the parking. I noticed you're going to have 120 full-time employees. Is that correct? Yes. So you're saying you're providing 214 parking places. Does that take into consideration your full-time employees, or how does that work in the mix? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we carefully look because we know that the staff are largely going to be parking on site, and that has been an issue with the neighborhood parking on Wood Road, on Farewell. So that has been looked at, and also a projection of how many cars people that are going to live there will bring. And so that is why we have the number that we have provided, which is in excess of what's actually required by the zoning.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I have a question for you. You. Yes.
Get ready, stay.
Yeah. I'm pointing at you. So my question is about the people that live on Wood Road. If there was a ability to reconfigure where the height was so that it would have the least impact on the people that live on Wood Road, is there one where it would be almost no impact, or could you make it better? I mean, by trading it off for the more height from downtown?
Could we go to slide 9 if it's possible? Because I did want to make sure that we elected not to increase the height of F&G. So that, because of the input from the Wood Road residents, we did not increase. So that's per the original proposal. I don't think that's 9. Can you go one there? No, there we go. Next one. So here you can see the arrangement. You've probably seen it in all the documents. So F and G are the most in the visual corridor of Wood Road. As you can see, Wood Road climbing up on the drawing north, and where we have tucked the mass with E and A at the back of those is below our part of the site, which is where the oak forest is. So we have tried to shift it away from the Wood Road residents. And as I said, we're below the elevation of Wood Road at that point with F&G. And even when we get higher with Wood Road, it's above our highest building at A.
So what you're saying is that when the actual buildings are built, that it won't obstruct their view?
Well, view, as I said earlier, view has many different perspectives. Is it long view? Is it, because there was a comment earlier, raising the front buildings. Well, if we raise the front buildings, then that takes the view corridor down, looking down into the town. So I think we've tried to make the best compromise by moving it where it's sort of nestled, where the hillside already exists and is already obstructing view.
Right. So let me ask it a different way.
I'm sorry.
If you know, for those people that live on Wood Road, and I hear what you're saying, there's different aspects even from their view,
Yeah.
but what, since you reconfigured things between the last time and this time, what do you feel is the least impact to those people? Because the other aspect was people that are going through downtown and they're looking up and they're seeing buildings. But, you know, if you look up from any one of our view corridors, we have a, you know, view ordinance for the hillsides, and you can go on these viewing platforms. If you go and look on, get on Los Gatos Boulevard, you can see all kinds of houses in the hills, you know, and we ask that they blend in as much as possible. and you guys are doing that. But my question is so I don't consider that as big of an issue for people looking up, but for the people that are already above you on Wood Road, looking down, what is the best thing for them to have the least impact?
For those residents, it is possible shifting some of the mass back to buildings B and C. But I'd also submit, and I think all of our visualizations, and we do have our visualization guy available, is that we're below them. I mean, we're we're not a wall in front of their homes. We're actually, our highest building is below their first floor. So I know there was some misunderstanding earlier about the buildings stepping up the hill the way they do now, but we're building off of a plinth, and the 3 and 6 stories goes from that same base elevation.
So you're saying that the top of a 97-foot building, and they're going to be up here?
They're above us.
Okay.
But if you're, to the point of view, what we were hoping for was to make sure that nobody's long view was obstructed to the mountains, to the skyline. But if somebody wanted to see down to Santa Cruz and downtown, between the hillside and the trees, I think it's already obstructed.
Okay. Did you have? Go ahead.
Commissioner Hansen's answered your question? Okay. Vice Chair.
Would you be able to, you said that you're a view consultant or someone, would you be able to show us some of these visuals?
Yes.
But like, would he be able to provide some of that? Or I don't know, I guess maybe not.
Yeah.
I don't think so. No.
He's
Can't
not able
share
to?
his screen. No.
No, but perhaps would an oral report from the visual consultant, would that be assistance? Some kind of, at least to hear from them? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I guess I would just like I mean, I trust you, but maybe it would be helpful to hear the visual consultant describe the
process that we went through to.
Yeah, and like from the homes from above on Wood Road and what they'll be seeing. Thank you.
So Jonathan, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, greetings everyone. Jonathan Arnold from Arnold Imaging. See if I can share my screen. Am I allowed to do that?
I think we determined that technology does not exist on our end. So if you could do your best to give us maybe a 1-minute kind of presentation or thoughts on, hopefully you've been listening in.
Yes.
And then we may have a couple follow-up questions. So go ahead and proceed.
Great. So I think the question of datum is important. So the plinth, if you will, where all of these buildings, whether they're 3 stories or 6 stories, starts at 505 feet. The height of Wood Road, or let's say one of the neighbors' properties, is at 606 feet. That is their ground floor, or their land in front of their property. And so that's approximately 100 feet above where the buildings start. The top of the buildings in the proposed project are 585 feet. If you are standing on the second floor of being in Wood Road, your eye height is at 622 feet, which is 37 feet higher than the tallest building being proposed. So one way to think about this is that if you're at a concert and it's a well-designed amphitheater, you can see the stage and you can see the backdrop and you can see everything that is, out in front of you. If you look directly down, you may see the back of someone's head. Not unlike people that might be up above, people on Wood Road would look down and see the back of a 2-story building. In this case, what is exposed above the fire lane is approximately 2 stories. In my opinion, what the architect has done is quite brilliant. It's sculpted the the building into the hill, kind of like in a theater, how you keep the seats low in the front so that the view is opened up as much as possible. My assessment is that if H and B and C are raised, I think everyone on Wood Road and up above, my personal opinion is that the view would either be the same because of the way the geometry works, that you'd have the same amount clipped, or even worse because the height would be extended out farther and more into people's view corridor. So that's about a minute, and I'd be open to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you for that. Commissioners, questions for the consultant? Yes, Vice Chair.
I do have a follow-up. Thank you for that description. I realize your job is visualizations, and now we're asking you to communicate, to talk it through. So really appreciate that. And you'd mentioned some of the height stuff. Do you know the current building heights? Like, can you just compare that at all for us visually?
I don't have the current building.
Sorry.
Heights,
okay, that's fine.
My assignment. I apologize.
That's okay. Okay, thank you. Yes. I mean, I know. I just was hoping that he would be able to describe it with the
right.
new with the
Actually,
new
a slide
floor.
might work. Can you tell us
The
what slide
yeah.
number? Slide number 25, Sean? Yeah.
I know. Thank you.
Oh.
Is that still working?
Yes.
So we are 35 and a half feet higher than the building that sits under the footprint of A. And as I said earlier,
Okay.
one thing that's different about this development is we're working off a similar datum. This building that's only two-story is stepped up and
Yes.
is already higher.
Yes. So it will be 35 and a half feet higher than that.
The existing building that's there.
Okay. For that
Is that the
specific one.
answer
Yeah.
you were?
Yes, thank you.
And then it's 2320, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for either the architect or the visual consultant? None. Okay. In sum, then, I think we've closed, or will close now, the public portion of this matter. And now I invite discussion from my commissioners. Questions, comments, thoughts, and or a motion. And before we begin, I'll just confirm with staff, what we're looking for tonight, I believe, is we're not an approval, but a recommendation to town council, correct? And recommendation with respect to both the PD and the EIR. Is that correct? Oh, sorry.
Thank you for that question. That is correct. And if you look on page 9 of 10 of your staff report, that is summarized on the steps that need to be made to move it forward with a recommendation.
Thank you. And just one follow-up. I think, if memory serves from our last discussion, we as a commission agreed we should treat these two in tandem. That is, it wouldn't be prudent necessarily to approve one or recommend approval of one without the other. Is that correct? They should work together.
That reflects the last recommendation that you made to council. You recommended denial of the PD and noted that it wasn't appropriate to take any affirmative action on the final EIR since it was based on a project that you couldn't support at the time.
Very good. Thank you. All right, commissioners, with that background in mind, I'm open to your comments. Vice Chair.
Before we move into some of our discussion, can staff just summarize why story pole, like the story of why story poles weren't put up this time, please? Thank you, Mr. Wallen.
Yes, thank you for that question. So I pulled the staff report from the applicant's June exception request from the council, which provides a good summary, and I can just enter it into the record. But the existing story pole policy was recently updated and adopted by the council on April 16th of this year. The updated policy requires installation of story poles and netting for new non-residential primary structures. However, the policy provides an exemption for buildings that are over 55 feet tall, requiring these projects to provide alternate or video renderings prepared by the town's consultant. So the current project, it was retroactive to these types of projects, would qualify for this exemption with buildings ranging at the time well above 55 feet. The exception request involved with this particular project was because they were allowed to do the video render or the visual renderings by right under the policy. The exception request was to allow them to have the video renderings developed by their consultant, which council ultimately approved. The justification for that was that they were already been prepared as part of their outreach to the community.
Okay, thank you for that summary.
Thank you. That's a good question. Actually, I think I know where you're headed. This is a project which I think would benefit greatly from the use of story poles. I think last time we had a very robust, not that we didn't to this evening, robust public comment, but even greater last time, and I think in large measure as a result of the story poles. So I think on a going forward basis, we'll have to evaluate how the new policy works. But that being said, Commissioner Hanson.
I just wanted to make a couple of comments. I do appreciate the value that this project will bring to the town. I mean, clearly, even though we've had a couple of other senior developments, one's getting ready to open fairly soon, I believe, on Blossom Hill and whatnot. I know when we started this process years ago, there was like 2 or 3 year waiting list at the terraces. So, I mean, this is definitely a thing that our community needs. And if you look at this from the big picture perspective, there was already a senior living community there. So this is going to take it to the next level, and it'll be a huge improvement over what was there before. So as we've gone through this process, you know, there were some things that really needed to change, and I do feel like the applicant has made some of those changes. Probably the one thing that's still outstanding is just that there really is no way to architect this thing due to fire safety and some other considerations and the financial considerations as well, so that it's going to be smaller and less tall buildings. And so then the question of the view comes in, and if I'm thinking about it from the overall town's benefit, I would probably prefer that we actually raised the heights so that there was more impact when you're looking from downtown, because we already have so many things that you're looking from downtown, seeing buildings anyways, than to hurt those people on Wood Road that have been there for 30 plus years or longer. So, you know, I think I heard that what's on the table right now is the best thing for view of the available alternatives. So that being said, I feel that overall it seems like a pretty good project and well designed.
Thank you for those comments, commissioners. Yes, Commissioner Barnett.
Question for staff. There were concerns mentioned about the traffic control during construction, and also the environmental effect on animals. And if my memory is correct, those are addressed in the EIR. Is that correct?
Thank you for that question. The EIR looked at traffic. It looks at the emissions and traffic impacts as a result of construction, includes some mitigation measures for that, and additionally towards sensitive species in the area. The town also will include requirements for potentially for traffic control through a study of the architecture and site application if the project takes the next step. We do have staff from the Parks and Public Works Department that may be able to add more detail if you wish.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners? Vice Chair.
Just going off of those last questions, if staff could just answer a few generic questions about when an architecture and site application comes through, if it does, but typically when they do, things like these traffic mitigation measures that residents living on Wood Road are typically included in the conditions of approval.
So thank you. So the any traffic mitigation and specifically to emissions are going to be included in the MMRP that's attached to the EIR. So if this PD moves forward and the EIR is adopted, then those mitigation measures will become, if you will, performance standards or conditions of approval that will carry this through the architecture and site application and forward. If there are specific non-environmental construction traffic mitigation needs that are determined during the architecture and site review that are not included as performance measures in any way, then those could be added and studied during the architecture and site application.
Okay, so for example, like the getting out onto in and off of Santa Cruz Road during high traffic times, things like that, that would be typically looked at and included at that point.
It certainly could. If it's not already, there's a number of conditions, and it's
Yes.
been a bit since I've read them. If it's not included, that's something that can be discussed and included if deemed necessary.
Okay. And then, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions, comments? Commissioner Barnett.
Yeah, I have a number of observations, if you will. Although it's difficult to accept a large project of this that will have visual impacts, both from downtown and to certain neighbors, I think the application substantially meets the prior recommendations of CDAC and the PC and the Town Council. And I appreciate the efforts to reduce the visual impact by moving the building mass back toward the hillside and reduction of grading related to parking. I think the mix of the unit types and sizes is very much improved. I think the proposal would contribute significantly to the town's senior housing needs and provide opportunities for full and enjoyable lives of seniors. It reasonably provides for the protection of wildlife and tribal resources, as well as other requirements of the EIR. The preservation of the open space is appreciated. The development would add significantly to the local economy, and material choices substantially improve the appearance of the property from downtown. And I also note that the proposed 166 conditions address a wide gamut of potential concerns for the town and its citizens. So I would support the project.
Thank you for those comments. Commissioners. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes, thank you. I just want a clarification on a previous item. We could not take views into consideration for the project, and yet we are talking about taking views in consideration on this project. Is there a difference? Can I ask the chairman?
I remain confused. Yes, so my understanding, and I'll ask Town Council to correct me if I'm wrong, the notion of light or view easements essentially means that a private property owner doesn't have a right to a specific view or a specific amount of sunshine on their property. That is, some towns codify that, other towns do not. Los Gatos does not. This is different in that what we're talking about is a view from a public area as opposed to a private area for the most part. Granted, on Wood Road, we are speaking about their private views, and so they don't have a vested right in those views, but we can take into consideration views as a general matter. Correct, Town Council?
Yeah, and I think there might be another nuance too. I think the fact that this is in the hillside specific plan, I think there's discussion in the specific plan of preserving views.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. It's good.
Thank you for that clarification.
I have a couple of comments as well. First of all, I want to thank the applicant. They've worked very diligently. I think they've listened to Town Council, they've looked at Planning Commission, certainly the neighbors, made some good changes. I think the project is much improved since we first saw it some time ago, and even it predates me. So, and I think we've made progress, or you've made progress. So I think the unit size mix has been much improved, both removing the penthouses, reducing the overall size. In a perfect world, I think we would enjoy smaller units, which would be more affordable, but in our prior discussions, we learned that really doesn't work financially. The grading plan works, the parking, I think, is improved, And as we heard tonight, the fire plan, I think, is much improved and would help that community. And I think it goes without saying that this town, like most towns in California, can use much improved senior housing stock. All that being said, I think there are a couple of areas I would love to have done better, I think, or maybe there's still a little bit of work to do. But so, for instance, the height, I understand that's the issue. And I think I agree with my Commissioner Hanson in that I wouldn't want to sacrifice our friends on Wood Road and push the project into their views to save downtown view corridors. So if there would be a way to, and maybe what it means is going back slightly to the prior iteration, protect our Wood Road neighbors at least a little bit, and their visual corridors while maintaining the financial viability of the project. And the second would be making sure that construction is managed in an appropriate fashion for Wood Road and for all our neighbors. With those two conditions, I think I would support us recommending an approval to Town Council of the PD and the EIR. Vice Chair. Or Commissioner Hanson, thank you.
I just had a question. You guys kind of got into a little bit on the traffic management. What we're being asked to do is to recommend approval on the PD application as well as the EIR, and then there will later be an architecture and site coming.
Thank you for the question. Yes, that's correct. And in the current draft PD, there are performance standards for construction vehicle parking, traffic control plan, Caltrans approval of traffic control plans, construction traffic control, advanced notification. So all of that stuff is currently covered in the draft performance standards for the ordinance.
Okay, so there wouldn't be an additional consideration at that point, because I mean, I this was talked about a little bit, but I mean, when I looked at the volume of grading that would be involved in the 14,000 trips, you know, it's a lot, and I saw it happen with one house in my neighborhood, and literally for 3 weeks, you know, all day long for 9 hours, truck. You know, this will be very difficult during that process. So, but there are performance standards that will help them that are currently in the PD.
That's correct. And there are also, as Mr. Mullen mentioned, there are also probably mitigation measures that are also become performance standards specific to the construction impacts, which are the short-term impacts of construction from an environmental perspective.
Okay.
Thank you. And Vice Chair.
Thank you. Yes, I actually thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Hanson. Last time we asked a lot of questions about that regarding the environmental impact report, and I know that it hasn't that hasn't changed, but I just want to reiterate that the commission was like very concerned about those expectations and that part of it. So thank you. And I would like to echo my fellow commissioners' comments, especially with regards to some of the fire safe materials that will be used in this development, because I think that that's something that's just really important to a lot of people in town and very admirable. So with that, shall I make a motion?
Yes. So last time, if memory serves, we made a motion with specific recommendations to council vis-a-vis our thoughts on additional issues. So if the motion is going to be our approval of the two, I would ask that you would also just include, for instance, the reconfiguration to protect the Wood Road neighbors, and anything else, commissioners?
I'm happy to do that. Well, I'm happy to still go forward with the motion, but I don't know if we're all in agreement with how the reconfiguring should be. So I'll just explain from my perspective. Listening to the visualization expert and from my understanding of angles and views, moving moving that forward is still going to impact the residents of Wood Road. And it's actually going to be farther out in front of them and taller. So I'm not sure that it actually, moving that will actually satisfy as many people. But and I believe that's kind of what Commissioner Hanson was feeling too. But I'm happy to listen to what my fellow commissioners also have to think about that.
Commissioner Hanson?
Well, what I heard from the view consultant was that the proposal that's on the table tonight is the best for the people on Wood Road.
If that's, Commissioners, is that your understanding as well?
It is my understanding, but I wanted to suggest a possible suggestion for
Please.
the town council, and that is to further consider with the project architect and developer the possibility of reducing the 17-foot ground level to first floor level to possibly help the Wood Road neighbors.
How about then perhaps, and maybe what we do is avoid specifics. We indicate an approval of the projects with a mind towards any actions that can be taken to protect Wood Road. Is that a fair motion?
In general height, overall height?
Overall height and placing of height.
Okay.
Is that
overall
acceptable?
Height, placing of height. Okay. I also would just add before I make that motion, last time we asked many questions about the plate height. And in a lot of our paperwork, it seems like it's a lot, but then we were reminded that because this is a multi-story, multi-unit situation, there's a lot of HVAC situation that has to go on in between the two plates. So that's what brings it down to the like 9.5 foot actual ceiling height. So anyway, which I appreciated last time. And I know that we did not discuss that tonight as much or much in depth for the public. So, and with that being said, I will move to approve the plan development for demolition of a move to recommend an approval of the plan development for the demolition of a senior living community property zoned RPD at 110 Wood Road, APN 510-47-038, and all the other things included in that. And I can make the findings that the required findings included in Exhibit 4. I can also make the findings required by CEQA, including Exhibit 5, including certifying the final EIR in Exhibit 2, and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program also in Exhibit 2, and also make the recommendation to, or I can also, make the recommendation to adopt the plan development ordinance in Exhibit 16 and approve the proposed project. Did I cover everything?
And again, with the added notation of...
if possible, reducing overall height.
Yeah.
Specifically to meet everyone's needs.
Very good. Is there a second? Commissioner Hanson.
I'll second, but do we need to specifically say we're also recommending the certification of the environmental impact report?
That was included.
You said all the other things.
Oh,
but
okay, yes, including the EIR and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program and the CEQA checklist.
Motion so amended. Second?
I will second.
Thank you. Discussion. Then by a show of hands, commissioners, all those in favor? And the motion passes unanimously. Mr. Mullen, since this is a recommendation, I assume there are no appeal rights.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Going now to item number 4. We are now nearly, yes, we've been going for several hours. I would ask that we take a 10-minute break so we can use restrooms, rehydrate, check our phones. So that means we will reconvene at 10:10. Until that time, the meeting is adjourned. at 10, a little after 10:10, and we are now, Plan Commission now back in session. I will open up now matter number 4. That is, consider an appeal of a community development director's decision to deny a fence height exception request for construction of a 6-foot tall fence within a required street side setback and traffic view area on property zoned R18, located at 108 Westchester, APN 523-36-037. The project is categorically exempt pursuant to the adopted guidelines for the implementation of CEQA, Section 15303 for new construction. This is fence height exception application FHE 24-003. Property owner, applicant, appellant, Parul Abudaya, and again, I apologize, and Deepak Pandey. First, may I have a show of hands for commissioners who have visited the site? Thank you, commissioners, and any disclosures? Seeing none. Staff report, I believe we have Suri Nathan. Well, first of all, welcome to town, and we look forward to hearing your report.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and good evening, commissioners. Before you is an appeal of the Community Development Director's decision to deny a fence site exception request at 108 Westchester Drive. The property is a single-family residential neighborhood at the corner of Westchester Drive and Adrian Place. The property owner is requesting an approval to construct a 6-foot tall wooden fence in the required street side setback. Per town's code, the fences are limited to 3 feet in height when located within the street-facing side yard setback. On June 25th of 2024, the town received a complaint, and the town's code enforcement issued an administrative citation. On July 16th, the fence site exceptions were submitted, and the applicant cited condition B1, D, and E to justify the fence site exception request. Condition B1 is related to privacy concern. It only applies to side and rear fence on interior lot, and subject property is a corner lot, hence it is not applicable. Condition D is related to security concern, and the applicant indicates that the fence is needed to address safety concerns related to heavy pedestrian traffic, including aggressive pets, and that a 3-foot fence would not address. After considering the applicant's concern, staff could not support the exception request under condition D. Condition E pertains to special circumstances associated with the property configuration. The applicant indicates that the corner lot configuration results in a limited rear yard area. Staff could not make a finding required to support the exception request under condition E, since the most backyard configuration for corner lots have similar limitations, and the subject property does not constitute a special circumstance under this finding for a fence site exception. On August 20th, the town's senior traffic engineer concluded that the portion of the fence located in the driveway view area obstructs the line of sight of the sidewalk and is not acceptable from the traffic safety perspective. For this reason, the town's traffic engineer could not support the exception request. On August 26th, the town received a revised fence plan showing a modified portion of the fence to comply with the driveway view area, since the senior traffic engineer identified this portion of the fence as a safety concern from a traffic safety perspective. On September 11th, the Community Development Director denied the exception request as none of the required findings per the town code could be made. And on September 23rd, the denial was appealed. However, the appeal did not bring up any new points for consideration. So based on the discussion provided in the staff report, staff recommends that the Planning Commission deny the appeal, uphold the director's decision, and deny the fence site exception. And this concludes staff's presentation, and Planning and Public Works staff are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Nathan. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I have 2 questions. One is if we uphold the denial of the fence height exception, then they have to rip it out entirely. Is that what happens?
They could bring down the fence to 3 feet. They don't have to rip out the entire.
Or do that. Okay, so those are their 2 choices.
And to add to that, obviously, if the Planning Commission denies it, there's the opportunity to appeal that decision to the council before they get to that point.
Okay, yeah, okay, Thank you for clarifying that. And then the other question I have is about the applicant brought up some other houses in their neighborhood where they had a similar fence height, and I'm assuming those predate our fence ordinance of 2019. Is that the case?
Thank you for the question. My research showed that most of the fences predates the 2019 update, except one, and that was done without any permit too.
So they might have to apply for an exemption as well?
They might have to if somebody...
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for staff? And actually, just because they've been here so long and been so patient, I would like to hear from our consultants on traffic, specifically on the view from on the corner. One of you two gentlemen is... Oh.
I'm James Watson, senior civil engineer here at the town of Los Gatos.
Okay.
You said consultant? I wasn't sure what
Oh,
you
I'm
meant
sorry.
by that.
No, okay. So if you can, you've been here sitting and listening to the discussion. Your thoughts on the impacts of the fence on the safety of the area?
Well, as Mike Vroman, our senior traffic engineer, pointed out, the concern was really with the driveway view, with people walking down the sidewalk, 6-foot fence right next to the corner of the driveway. As a vehicle pulling out of the driveway may not see that pedestrian walking down the sidewalk. And so there is, as Mike pointed out, a concern with that visibility. So.
Okay. And I think I read something in staff report. Was there some change made to the driveway area to ameliorate that concern, or no?
Yes, they are willing to bring down the fence at the 10 feet within the driveway as well as the sidewalk. And they did provide a second site plan showing that.
Okay. And then to go back to you, would that change satisfy your concerns?
Yeah, I think we'd have to reevaluate the design to make sure that it does meet the requirements. But that's what was brought up by our traffic engineer, and so I'll stand behind his.
Okay.
Opinion.
Thank you so much. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, then I will ask the applicant to approach the podium. Please state your name for the record, and then you'll have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Up, please,
Mr. Mullen is pulling that up. Your clock won't start until we're all set. And is your microphone on? I'm not sure.
I think so.
There,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you.
Sounds good. So thanks a lot for this evening, or night, I think. I'm Parul Upadhyay, and that's my husband Deepak. We both are the owners of 108 Westchester Drive. And we're here to appeal the denial of our fence. To begin with, it's an honest mistake. We did not know that there are regulations in place. When we looked at this property, even when we were considering to purchase it, we did realize that the backyard was small, but the house was perfect for our needs. It was the right size, the configuration, like we didn't want to change anything in the house. And then when we walked around, we saw that there were quite a few houses similar to ours on Westchester, as well as Camino del Cerro, which is the street adjacent to ours, which had similar kind of lots, which had made use of their side yard by fencing it. And we thought we could do the same thing, and that was the one issue we saw with the house, which we could potentially just mitigate by that. And so it was perfect, and we were really happy getting this house. We still are. And then once we got the keys, we moved into this property. We noticed that there was some glass debris and dog feces around the property, and that's why we thought one of the first things we want to do is cover the side yard with the fence. And with that, I guess I would want you to please move to the first slide. So some of the reasons we had for doing that, as Surya also mentioned before, the lot configuration, if you see, majority of our house, the open space is in the side yard and in the front yard. And it's very narrow in the backyard area. Next slide, please. And this shows the proximity to our neighbor's house. So this is our neighbor on Adrian Place, and their side yard is right next to ours. And because of the altitude difference between our homes, effectively their fence comes at about 10 feet if we look at it from our floor. To support that, We have a raised bed on our side, which kind of also makes the usable space rather narrow. The proximity to this house also means that almost everything is within earshot. We have 2 young kids, 7 and 3, and they are really loud in the backyard. And our neighbor has a dog, so sometimes when they are out and the dog is there, it's just difficult to just manage because the dog is barking, and sometimes like they have a door there. When they open that door, we can hear the creaking of the door open. It's just so close. So like we most of the times don't go in this area because of just the noise and the amount of noise we make for the neighbors as well. Next slide, please. So this is just depicting what the backyard right now looks like. There's no possibility to even put a basketball hoop in here. If you look at the raised bed as well as the plants on the side, effectively the width of this is about 10 to 11 feet. So one of the other reasons was visual privacy. We do have heavy pedestrian traffic. Like I said, it's a beautiful neighborhood. We have a creek nearby, so there's a lot of people who walk in that area. If we were to put a 3-foot fence, I don't think we would be comfortable leaving our young kids in that unattended because they are super eager. We are in a new neighborhood. They want to talk to everybody. And they love dogs. So they would just want to, they have in the past also reached out to dogs, not in a threatening way, but different pets have different ways of dealing with people approaching them who are strangers. And there have been incidents in the past where some dogs have become aggressive towards the kids. So if we were to leave them in the 3 feet, like if we were to leave this at 3 feet, I don't think we would be really using this space for our personal needs at all. Next slide, please. So this is what our current fence looks like. It's at the corner of Westchester and Adrian Place. We have moved, like it's nowhere near Westchester Drive, which is the through traffic. There's a lot of visibility when somebody is getting into this intersection or out. This is also a cul-de-sac, so it sees minimal vehicular traffic as well. Next slide, please. We do recognize that based on traffic engineers' recommendation and also using that space, we've just moved like 4 or 5 weeks back. Backing out that car, we do realize that a side triangle would be helpful, and we are willing to make that adjustment. We can also reduce the height by a feet just so that there's still some kind of a visual privacy, but at the same time, if that is more agreeable, that is a suggestion that is fine to us as well. We are obviously open to any other suggestions that could help us utilize this space and is agreeable to everybody. And that brings me to the end.
Thank you so much. Before you sit down, commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
I'll try one.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Barnett and then Commissioner Hanson.
So in your appeal, you mentioned a couple of exceptions to the fence height regulation, and the town responded that they're not applicable. And for example, on the applicability only to rear yards and side yards, that exception. So at this time, what exceptions to the fence ordinance are you looking for, or are you just agreeing to make the change to satisfy the town?
So I think the exceptions we thought applied were lot configuration, privacy, and security. We are willing to reduce the height or build a side triangle if that satisfies the traffic-related recommendations. If there's anything else we can do potentially, that's also something that we can take into account.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson.
So I wanted to ask about the traffic engineer's concerns because that's really of paramount importance, and we generally insist on that. What you haven't made any change yet?
No, we just wanted to. Sorry, please complete your question.
So you haven't made any changes at this point because you were wanting to hear about the overall disposition of this hearing.
Yes, that's right.
To see where you were. But you do understand you're going to have to comply with the traffic engineers.
Yes, absolutely.
Recommendations.
It was in fact, one of the proposals in our original supporting letter as well, because I think when we met the city, they gave us some documentation which we read, and we realized that there is a thing called side triangle, and we were willing to make that change, but we want to conclude this and see what all recommendations come in and then take everything into.
Okay. And so remind me, I because we had a lot of materials to look at tonight, you did have a drawing of what that would look like. Because, I mean, because it involves it being
We had a modified
Sort of a
site
cutout,
plan.
yeah.
We had
Okay.
a modified site plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you so much. I don't have any other cards or other members of the public, so Mr. Paulson, is there anybody on Zoom?
Thank you, Chair. There is.
Ah.
Robert, you can unmute yourself. You have up to 3 minutes.
Robert, if you could state your name for the record?
Yes, my name is Robert Myers. I live across the street at 144 Adrian Place. And I'm in and out of this court all the time, either driving or walking my dogs or however. And this fence has not impeded my use of the court in any way. While I'm here, I'd like to welcome our new neighbors. And hopefully we're able to come to some resolution for them for this fence. I completely understand their desire to keep other animals or the coyotes that come up from the creek or whatnot out of their yards so their kids can play safely. All the rest of us that just have backyards instead of corner lots all have high fences for similar reasons. And I just wanted to give my support to the neighbors and go from there.
Thank you for your comments. Before you disengage, I actually have a quick question for you. You mentioned coyotes. So have you witnessed and experienced coyotes in the neighborhood coming up out of the creek area?
Frequently. We walk our dogs here in the early morning or in the late evening, and it's not uncommon to see 1 or 2 or sometimes even 3 coyotes down along Westchester at Camino del Cerro, or sometimes just around the neighborhood where we're at.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Very, very helpful. Any other comments or questions, commissioners? No seeing. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Barnett.
A question for staff. This is.
I'm sorry. Before we do, to the caller, thank you so much. And we'll move on then to before questions of staff. Are there any other questions or anybody else on Zoom?
There are no more hands raised.
Very good. Then I will invite the applicant. You have 3 more minutes if you wish to use them to answer any questions or make any points you haven't previously made them. You're not required to use them, but if you want to, you can reapproach and you have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Use all of 3 minutes, but I would like to really thank everybody in this process. I've heard all evening about seasoned Los Gatos residents. We're just 4 weeks old here. Hope to be seasoned soon. Not soon, but eventually. But I do appreciate everybody that we worked with. We've had a lot of permits for other things that we've done, and even this fence variance, right from Surrey to Joel, Mr. Mullen. I think we've had a tremendously very welcoming feel, and thank you to you guys as well. It's the month of November, so I'm expressing gratitude. I do see how thorough you are with each of these hearings, and I don't know how you do it, but hats off to you guys. So thank you.
Well, thank you, and I agree with you. Our staff is spectacular, so thank you to staff again. With that being said, I will close the public portion of this matter, and then we'll invite discussion, question, comments, or motions from my commissioners, starting with a question from Commissioner Barnett to staff.
Actually, I have a question and a comment, but for staff, I think it's self-evident, but in the event that the commission sees the appropriate way is to deny the appeal, there would be no prejudice to the applicant coming back to the town and proposing something that is in fact in compliance, right?
That's correct. They could apply for a different fence.
Thank you. And then my comment is, and we've seen this over and over again with the sight lines, my personal view, having visited the property, is that there's no reasonable impairment. There's a large triangle of sight from both sides, and I personally have problems with the ordinance establishing those boundaries. So, unfortunately, we need to change that, or we need to comply with the law, or else change it. So I've been frustrated by this, and I've commented on it before, but for the owner's benefit, we don't have a choice but to follow the ordinance. So the question is, among the planning commissioners tonight, is whether those exceptions apply.
Thank you. Commissioner Burnett.
Yes, question for staff. Actually, I wanted to ask the Community Development Director. So in our staff report, you recommended a denial on this project, but the town engineer recommended a modification of the fence under the town code 29.40.0315. So, and it seemed like the applicant was willing to do that according, and there is a visual of what it would look like. Would the community, I didn't hear if the community development director would then maybe change the recommendation, or is that still stand
Thank
to
you for
deny it?
Thank you for your question. Yes, we were aware of the willingness to address the specific driveway view area, which is what you're referencing, that they've indicated that they're willing to do. The traffic view area is another view area that is not an issue here. But for the two findings, D and E, which is what they fall under from staff's perspective, we didn't have compelling or unique enough evidence to make that decision. Obviously, you guys have seen a number of these, and you are free, if you're able to come to a conclusion that does not support our original decision, we're totally comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you for that. And I wanted to mention that we've had this fence ordinance redone a couple times, and I actually think it's a good ordinance that we follow, and I think it has it's very reasonable and for corner properties in the way it's described in the code. Just comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other comments? Commissioner Hanson.
You know, I was one of the people that worked on the fence ordinance back in, when we had it come out in 2019. And at the time that we did it, we knew very well that there was a lot of pre-existing fences that were not going to be in compliance. And so that's unilaterally the issue we have every time we hear one of these is that, well, look at these guys and these guys and these guys, they all have that. And, and they did it before 2019. So on this one in particular, I don't think there's any alternative about not following the traffic engineer's recommendation. However, I could argue that a special circumstance exists because of their lot size, their configuration with the narrow backyard and whatnot, that it would be undue hardship for them, with their kids, and safety and that thing. So I would be okay with this one, although, we're extenuating, more people having fences that aren't in compliance with our fence ordinance, but on this one, I could do that as long as they fix the traffic situation. So.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
I agree with this, and I do think that I understand that not when this fence ordinance was written, it explicitly did not include like corner lots as like that is not what the town considers a special configuration. However, where the house sits on this corner lot, I think that I am also happy to make the finding that a special circumstance does exist for this specific situation, because the house was like also already there. It's not like it was, when you purchased it. So yeah, I do agree with Commissioner Hanson on that, and I do also want to say that it is unfortunate that we have had so many of these items on our agenda that we are kind of like stuck between a rock and a hard place. And it seems to, I think that when this fence ordinance was put into place right before I joined the Planning Commission, but I think that at that time it was also acknowledged that there would be a transition period. And so I think that this is part of just like that, like the growing pains of trying to move towards having a town that doesn't have super tall fences like on front property lines and everything. And I don't believe that we need to completely change the fence ordinance to allow like all corner lots to fence in all of their yards or anything. But I also agree that we're kind of not able to find as many special or maybe perhaps the definition of a special circumstance like could be changed in the future with regards to updating this ordinance.
Very good. Commissioners, I'll go ahead and add my 2 cents. First of all, it makes a difference to me when our applicants come to us with clean hands, and in this case, it appears they did. They built a fence, but it was unknowing as to our ordinance. It doesn't appear to be any kind of willful opportunity to try to get around our laws. So I think that they come in here with good conscience and clean hands. They've cited 3 possible grounds for exceptions: B1, privacy; D, safety; or E, special circumstances. I don't think privacy applies, and then the case has already been made for a special circumstance, and I think an argument can be made for that. I would also perhaps argue that based on the witness who indicated the coyotes coming up from the creek bed, that perhaps safety is another relevant factor. So perhaps sub D could be used as one of the exceptions too. So I would be in favor of granting the appeal, subject to the reconfiguration of the driveway. Vice Chair.
I understand the concern about coyotes. I have a small dog that looks exactly like that dog on the wall back there now, so I don't know who painted my dog and put him up on the wall, but no joke. He's been staring at me all night. But I understand. And this has come up in the past with other fence situations. However, coyotes can jump over 6 foot tall fences, so I don't know if I wouldn't be as comfortable finding that privacy or that security concern, just because I think then what are we going to build? I mean, we have to build like a 15-foot fence in order for a coyote not to get over it. So I think that I'm more comfortable with going with the E, special circumstance, specific to the location of the house on the lot.
Very good. Then I'll withdraw my comment with respect to D and just rely on the E, special circumstances exception. Commissioners, any further comments? If not, Commissioner Barnett.
I just wanted to emphasize that the exception requires a finding of undue hardship. So they did mention the safety of their children. We're not going to go on that because I've seen a mountain lion in our neighborhood go over 6 foot fences. But it has to be an undue hardship. So I'm sympathetic to the applicant's concern about the use of the backyard, which is narrow. And I guess I can't say that I think that there's an adequate view anyway, but I would support D.
Very good. Any other comments? Vice Chair.
I just also want to add that I appreciate that the applicants are, taking into account that the location of where their children play, like they're trying to be neighborly with having them in this side yard area with the dog, with the neighbor dog and all of that, and that house being so close to that lot, like that's a very close to the lot line. So I am willing to make a motion if we want to. Okay. Let me just get back to my, no.
Actually, before
Okay.
the motion, just a question for staff. It appears that some of us there's a general consensus as to granting the exception, although some are relying on sub D, so others on sub E. Does it have to be specified in the motion?
Yes.
Okay, should we just note both?
And E.
You're E also?
Yeah.
Never mind, we're all on E then.
Yeah.
Okay. With that being said, I invite Vice Chair to make the motion.
Okay. So we're all on E. We're good with E. Okay. So we will be granting, sorry, this is a lot tonight, you guys. Okay. Okay, thank you. We will be, we make the I move to grant the appeal to of the Community Development Director's decision to deny fence height exception request for the construction of a 6-foot tall fence within a required street side setback and traffic view area on property zoned R18 located at 108 Westchester Drive, APN 523-36-037. I can find that it is exempt from CEQA and that per the town code, I can find that it meets the town code 29400320 section E. A special circumstance exists, including size or lot configuration, where strict enforcement of the regulation would result in an undue hardship, with the condition of approval that they meet the traffic engineer's standards for safety with regards to the driveway.
Correct. In conjunction with Exhibit 2, the findings which you mentioned, and then the draft conditions in Exhibit 3.
Okay, the traffic conditions in Exhibit 3. Thank you.
The motion is so made. Is there a second? Oh, but wait, after the second, do I have a second first? Commissioner Hanson?
I second.
Thank you. I have a first and second discussion. Yes. First, if you can turn on your mic.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, just to make a clarification, for my own clarification, that there is in the motion, the fence modification of 29.40.0315.
It's under the exceptions, which is 0.0320.
Well, that's the community director. This is the engineer's request.
Yes, that
For
was
the
that was
modification of the
included.
fence.
That was included. Oh, sorry.
That's why I want to clarify that is in the motion.
Yes, the engineer's request to make sure that the fence in the driveway situation is safe. Yeah, perfect.
Very good.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a first and second. Any further comments? Seeing none, by show of hands, all those in favor of the motion, so indicate. And the motion carries unanimously. Mr. Muller, are there further appeal rights? Or Mr. Paulson?
I'm happy to do the appeal rights. Anyone who's not satisfied with the decision can appeal that decision to the town council. Forms are available online and at town hall. There's a fee for filing the appeal, and the appeal must be filed within 10 days.
Thank you so much, and thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 5. Consider an appeal of a Community Development Director decision determining that the residents remain a contributor to the historic district for property located in the Almond Grove Historic District, zoned OLHP. Property is located at 228 Bachman Avenue, APN 510-14-053. This matter is exempt pursuant to CEQA Section 15061B3. Property owner, applicant, and appellant is James Wood. I will note that the applicant has requested a continuance of this matter to a date certain of January 8, 2025. And as a result of the applicant's request, Council, I make a motion to continue this matter to a date certain, January 8, 2025. Is there a second on my motion? Vice Chair. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Comments? By show of hands, Commissioners, all those in favor of the motion? Do I have, then motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, item number 6. Make a recommendation to the Town Council on an ordinance amending Chapter 29, that is the zoning regulations, of the Town Code regarding the state-mandated density bonus pursuant to implementation program R of the 2023 to 31 housing element. Adoption of this ordinance is exempt pursuant to CEQA Section 15061B3. This is Town Code Amendment Application A24-005. The applicant is the town of Los Gatos. I believe Town Attorney will be making our presentation this evening.
Thank you. This is the first of 3 ordinances that were referenced in the town's implementation programs for its housing element. And the town is required to follow up with these implementation programs as part of its certification. And so this first ordinance update is to the town's density bonus ordinance. The town's ordinance was adopted, I think, in 2019. And since then, the state law has been amended several times. And so this update is intended to capture those amendments. This ordinance was developed using a template that was provided by the Association of Bay Area Governments. And so I'll just highlight the changes in the new density bonus state law. There are now requirements for what will constitute a complete application for a density bonus. And so that will actually be helpful from staff's perspective because it outlines very clearly what's required. And then the other major change is that there is now a development bonus available to commercial developers who partner with housing developers. And the way they can partner is by donating land or agreeing to include some units on their site. And the term development bonus is defined to include increases in height and size of the commercial building. And so the ordinance is proposed to you, and we're asking that you recommend that the town council introduce it at an upcoming town council meeting. And why don't we run through the slides just to see if there's any extra information in there. So as I mentioned, it's an implementation program of the housing element. Next. And the density bonus law is codified at Government Code Section 65915 through 65918. And as this group knows, the statutes provide that developers who include affordable housing with their projects can get either or both increased density, and they can also request incentives, concessions, and waivers from town standards in connection with their projects. Next slide. And as you know, it's commensurate. The amount of the bonus and incentives that you get is commensurate with the amount of affordable housing that is provided. And that's talking about where the town's current ordinance is. Next one. We talked about that. That outlines the changes in the state law that are reflected in the proposed ordinance. And we talked about this one, that it really clearly sets forth what needs to be included in an application for a density bonus. Next slide. And that's just more about what will constitute a valid application for a density bonus. Next slide. Okay. So does the commission have any questions for me about the proposed ordinance?
Yes, Commissioner Burnett.
Yes, thank you. And I did meet with you today. I had a question regarding this. I wanted clarification on how this, what impact this has on the statement that it can be seen with certainty that it will not impact the environment. And we're talking about the CEQA. So I want to make sure that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So anytime staff recommends an ordinance, we do an analysis under the California Environmental Quality Act to see whether it will have any impacts. And in this case, we determined that the local ordinance would not have any impacts because the town is already subject to state law. And so there is an exemption from CEQA when it can be seen that an ordinance won't have any impact on the environment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
It looked like to me that this is mostly clarifying language from the change from our existing ordinance to where we go to comply with state law. Are any of the numbers changing?
The percentages?
Yeah.
No, those are set by state law. And actually, what's good about this ordinance is it doesn't include the percentages. It references back to the state law. And that'll be good because
if they change it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I did look at the reference document, and so we're incorporating those numbers by reference.
Yes.
in our ordinance. So then I have a follow-up question, which was, this goes back to when we were working on the housing element as well as the general plan about trying to encourage smaller sites, and that we know already that the density that's going to be required for a developer who want to build those smaller sites is going to be well over the 30 to 40 dwelling units per acre. So it looked to me with a 50% increase that we could get to 60, but I didn't see anything above 50%. So, because when we talked about this, it was like our density ordinance could probably get them there.
Yeah,
but
I
it
mean,
doesn't sound like that's necessarily true.
No, this totally mirrors state law.
Okay.
I mean, we do have the ability, as you know, to adopt a local ordinance that's even more generous, that even gives a higher percentage if the town was interested in doing that. There is also a provision in the state law that provides that if someone's doing a 100% affordable project, if I remember correctly, I believe they can get up to 100% density bonus.
He's nodding his head. Yeah, I didn't want to belabor the point, but I felt like it was important to bring it up because you brought this up and then we might not look at it again for a while. And so that would be my only concern about just linking to is that we need to have some avenue for developers to get there if they need 80 dwelling units per acre, and it does something for us to get us the 1,000 square foot units, which is fine for young people, right? So it sounds like.
I mean, so there is the option for the Planning Commission to recommend that the town adopt standards that impose or that allow for a higher density for certain projects.
Yeah, I would, if it's the will of my fellow commissioners, I would recommend that because 100% isn't realistic by the definition of affordable. So it would be nice to have that and be able to have numbers that back it up for developers. Like, if you do this, we can get you there, and then and then it's a win-win for everybody. So, but I don't think we know what those numbers are tonight. But if we could put that on the recommendations, additional recommendations for council.
Yeah, there's a couple options. I mean, we could either bring this back to the Planning Commission once we have that information, or it could proceed to the town council with that recommendation.
Okay, well, I mean, whatever is more expedient, because I think it's pretty important. So.
Vice Chair?
I was just going to say I would be happy. I think that this discussion is important and it's a good idea, and I would want to do whatever's like best for staff and fastest.
Before we delve into our internal discussion, any more questions for staff? No? I'll open it up to public discussion, either on Zoom or in person. None. I will close public discussion and then invite discussion by my commissioners. And based on the discussion I've heard, it sounds like there is a motion with a recommendation.
I mean, I guess that I do have a question for staff. What would be most efficient? Would it for us to hear it again, or for it to be moved to?
What would be more efficient for us is to actually probably make a recommendation this evening.
Okay.
Who knows whether or not there's going to be new state law that changes. I think our current state density bonus law is so out of date. This brings us leaps and bounds ahead. Okay. In addition to being able to let the state know in April that we have accomplished this.
Something. Okay. Okay. So I think that.
Vice Chair or Commissioner Hanson, would you take the lead in crafting a motion, please?
Sure, I could take a stab at it. But before I actually say that, I do think I would just make the recommendation that this needs to be considered in the relatively near term as an addition to the density bonus ordinance that we're recommending. Okay, so with that in mind, I don't have the. Do you have the number in front? Okay. So we're making a recommendation to the town council on an ordinance amending Chapter 29 of the town code regarding the state mandated density bonus pursuant to implementation program R of the newly adopted 2023 to 2031 housing element. And this is exempt pursuant to CEQA. And it's because it can be seen with certainty that doesn't impact the environment. And I can make those requirements findings for CEQA and the required findings for the general plan that the amendments to the Chapter 29 of the town code are consistent with the general plan. And with the additional recommendation that I just mentioned, which is to consider additional density bonus incentives for developers to get them to build smaller units.
Thank you for that motion. Do I have a second? Commissioner Barnett.
Second.
Thank you. Discussion. Then by a show of hands, commissioners, all those in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Item number 7, making a recommendation to town council on the ordinance amending Chapter 29 zoning regulations of the town code to add low barrier navigation centers as a by right use in a mixed use and non-residential zones pursuant to implementation program AD of the 2023-31 housing element. Adoption of this ordinance is exempt pursuant to CEQA section 15061B3. This is Town Code Amendment Application A-24-006 with the applicant being Town of Los Gatos. Staff report will be again presented by Town Council.
Yes, and just one clarification question on the recommendation that's going to the council. Is it recommending the higher density bonus for smaller units or for projects on smaller sites?
Higher density bonus for smaller, more affordable units.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. All right, so item number 7 is staff is requesting a recommendation to the town council on an ordinance that adds low barrier navigation centers as by right uses in mixed use and non-residential zones where multifamily uses are permitted. And in Los Gatos, there are 4 zones that meet that criteria. One is office, one is highway commercial, one is neighborhood commercial, and one is central business district commercial zone. And so if the ordinance were to be adopted, low barrier navigation centers would be a by right use. And the statute defines a low barrier navigation center as a shelter that helps homeless individuals to obtain permanent housing. And when something is a by right use, it means that no CEQA analysis will be done and that a ministerial permit is issued to the project. And so this one just required minor changes to the town's existing ordinances to add the low barrier navigation centers as by right uses. And then Sean, if we could just scroll through the PowerPoint to see if there's any other information in there. So as I mentioned earlier, this is also an implementation program for the town's housing element. Next slide. We talked about what a navigation center is. Next. It's reflective of state law. Next. Okay, thank you. Does the commission have any questions?
Any questions for staff? Yes, Commissioner Burnett.
Thank you. So my question is that reading the subject matter here, and then we're talking about the government codes, sections 65660 to 65668. You're reading further through this, the exhibit here. These are repealed January 1st of 2027, each of them. So how does that impact this ordinance?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, so we would need to repeal it in 2027. The other thing that could be done is a sunset clause could be added to the ordinance to say that this ordinance sunsets and then make it match the date that the state law ends.
I think that's a great idea, yeah.
So, so if it is repealed in January of 2027, though, would the state reinstitute it, or?
It's hard to know. It's hard to know, so we'd probably just start fresh.
Start fresh.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Great question. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Hanson.
It looks like the state requires us to have 2 zones, and you guys are recommending 4 zones.
So in our housing element implementation program, the town committed to allow these in 2 zones. But when I looked more closely at the state law, it looks to me like it's requiring that the town allow these in any mixed use or non-residential zone where multifamily is permitted. And as it happens, that's 4 zones. And so we decided it would be safer to match the state law as opposed to the 2 that's in the housing element.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? All right. Questions, comments from public, either in chambers or on phone. Let's begin with in chambers. And just approach, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Lee Fago, resident of Los Gatos. I'm representing myself, not any organization. This is a concerning issue. And the reason is, who's going to pay for these facilities? And the fact that we're talking about 2 of them, not just 1, for the unhoused or the homeless population. The homeless population in the town of Los Gatos is currently, as I understand it, from reports from the police recently, is about 20 people. And the town currently provides housing hotel vouchers for these folks to be able to go to hotels, and the town would cover the cost. And less than half of the people who have been given those vouchers or offered those vouchers have actually used them at the hotels, and mostly because they're non-compliant. They just don't want to be told what, when, where, or how to do anything. So for the town to burden itself with these, quote, low barrier navigation centers, to me makes no sense, regardless of the edicts coming from Sacramento. And the other part is, what is actually going to be provided in these centers for people, apart from housing and food, and which is also currently available in the hotels that the town has negotiated with. So I really think this is something that makes no sense, and the fact that it's going to expire in 2 years, we should be sure that we stay within compliance of that as well, and construct our ordinance, if we have to go forward with this, in such a way that it doesn't linger on beyond that. So, thank you.
Thank you. And before you sit, actually, any comments but I wanted one clarification from town council. So if I understand the ordinance correctly, what it permits is the right to develop these. It's not an obligation, for instance, of town to do it. So town is not building these or staffing these or operating these. Rather, it's if an entity, for instance, a nonprofit, wish to develop them, they have a right to go through only a ministerial process to develop those in these locations. Is that essentially what this?
That's correct.
Okay. So it doesn't create any obligations or expenses for
Correct.
town, just a pathway for third parties to create that.
Right.
Okay.
And I have more information on what happens at the navigation centers, if that would be helpful.
Please.
It would be.
They're temporary living facilities where case managers connect individuals to income, public benefits, health services, shelter, and housing.
Thank you. Hopefully some of that information was helpful.
Yes.
I think we're all learning as we go through the process. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the work you're all doing.
Any other questions for Speaker 4? No. Thank you for your comments tonight. Any comments on Zoom? None.
No hands raised.
All right. I will close public portion of this matter and then open up the discussion to my fellow, sorry, getting a little punchy, commissioners. Again, to my view, this seems to be just a requirement that we pass this to comply with state law. As we've noted, it doesn't require town to do anything. All it does is open up a door to create avenues if a third party wishes to do that, and it takes it out of residential areas into other areas as well. I would agree with Commissioner Burnett and Town Council that we should create a sunset provision such that if state law changes or expires, so too would our ordinance. So with that being said, I would move to approve with the sunset provision attached. It wasn't a motion, but I can make a motion. All right. I move to recommend to Town Council on an ordinance amending Chapter 29 of the Town Code to add low barrier navigation centers as a by right use in mixed use and non-residential zones pursuant to Implementation Program AD of the 2023-2031 housing element. I can make the required findings, including that it is exempt pursuant to CEQA Section 15061B3, in that it can be seen with a certainty will not impact the environment because the town is already subject to government code. With the added proviso that the ordinance shall expire upon the expiration or earlier termination of the overall mandating government code. That's my motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Discussion. Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
I just wanted to make one point, which was that that it's actually in the staff report, the town doesn't anticipate a fiscal impact from this requirement because the town will adopt a fee to cover the cost of processing the planning applications. And anybody that wanted to open one of these centers would have to either buy or lease the land and, and build the center. Yeah, so it's not, yeah.
So noted. Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Any further discussion? Then by a show of hands, all those in favor of the motion? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all. And again, I'm noting for the these are recommendations, no appeal rights.
Yes.
Coming then to our final matter of the evening, making a recommendation to the Town Council on adoption of a replacement units ordinance and adoption of a resolution adopting replacement unit guidelines pursuant to Implementation Program AU of the 2023-31 housing element. Adoption of this ordinance is exempt pursuant to CEQA Section 15061B3. Town Code Amendment Application A-24-007. The applicant is Town of Los Gatos. Town Council, I believe, will provide our staff report.
Thank you. This ordinance is also proposed as one of the implementation programs of the housing element. It is required by state law. The state law provides that cities and towns can adopt these via either ordinance or resolution. Staff is proposing an ordinance because we understand from outside counsel that there are some state grants that do require an ordinance. And so this will ensure that the town is eligible for those grants. And the gist of the ordinance is that it's really encapsulating 3 state laws that require that when housing units are removed as a result of a development project, those units need to be replaced. And so this is codifying that requirement. And then in addition, staff is recommending that the town adopt by resolution guidelines that talk about the details of how the replacement unit program operates. And so for this project, the town consulted with the law firm of Goldfarb and Littman, and the ordinance was prepared by the Goldfarb firm, and the guidelines were prepared by the Association of Bay Area Governments.
Thank you so much. Do we have slides on this one, or?
We do. Let's see if there's anything that wasn't covered. So these slides are talking about the various state laws that require the replacement. So one is density bonus law, one is Housing Accountability Act, and one is housing element law. Next.
That's it. Okay. Any questions for staff? Seeing none. Questions or comments from the public? None in chamber, Mr. Paulson? None on Zoom. I'll close public portion. And with that, I will invite my fellow commissioners to make a motion, make comments, questions, concerns. Commissioner Hanson.
I can make a motion that we forward a recommendation to council to make this ordinance. It's actually going to be an ordinance as well as a resolution to cover the bases that are involved. And I can make the findings for CEQA as well as compliance with the general plan for this item.
Thank you for that motion. Do I have a second? Commissioner Barnett.
Second.
Second. I have a first and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, by show of hands, commissioners, all in favor of the motion, so indicate. And the motion's unanimous. Thank you. That concludes our public portion of our meeting this evening. We'll now go to the report from the Community Development Department, who will be providing our report this evening.
Thank you, Chair Raspy. I'll provide the report, which is I have nothing to report this evening.
We appreciate your succinctness. And then move on to subcommittee reports. In addition to their service on the Planning Commission, each commissioner serves on one or more subcommittees, which meet from time to time. Has any subcommittee met since our last Planning Commission meeting? Seeing none, it appears then we have reached the end of a long meeting. We had a quiet summer. I think we've more than made up for it this evening. So again, I wish to thank my fellow commissioners and our staff. You've done a great job this evening especially, but all year long as we come to the end. Thank you for all your fine efforts. And with that, I'll adjourn the meeting.